Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is Soul Chess in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 26, Lelouch becomes a hero. Lelouch's POV. Hisuna and Byakuya Fukotaiko got married. I attended the wedding. Contemporary Japanese weddings are interesting to say the least. I never saw a woman have to go through so many changes of clothes. Since Hisuna didn't have any family other than her missing sister, she asked Yukatake and I to fill the void. She said Yukatake was like a father to her and I had become like a brother to her over the last few years. Interestingly enough, I look better in a Japanese garb than I do a Western-style tuxedo. Miyako-senpai and Shiba Fukotaiko did their wedding a lot less like this and more like a Brighton neon wedding rather than a Japanese one. For the most part, the wedding ceremony itself wasn't much different from Shiba Fukotaiko's wedding. It was the reception that was so different. The Kukix followed the most contemporary Japanese style of wedding to the letter. The reception took place in the Kukiki family ballroom, unlike Shiba Fukotaiko's wedding, which was outside in the backyard. I guess the most famous noble family has to set an example. Hisuna seemed uncomfortable getting so much attention during the reception. Who could blame her? Many of the lower nobles that were forced to attend so as not to seem rude to Byakuya Fukotaiko were giving Hisuna the evil eye half the time. I had a right mind to geese them to behave, but with so many people around I didn't want to expose my gift. I spent some time getting to know Yukatake Taiko at the wedding. He complimented me, saying how Byakuya Fukotaiko and Hisuna often talked about me when they were in his division. He even offered me a promotion and transfer to his squad as a 5th seat. I took it without hesitation. 5th seat was where I needed to be to start my organization. It's been 3 years since that day and I still haven't been able to start it. Kyokaku promised she'd fund the program if I got it going. Of course, I still need a president and a co-founder. With the behind-the-scenes business I'll be doing, it would not reflect well on the organization if a founder wasn't around to meet inspections. I pitched the idea to Aloman Senpai and Rangiku, the latter of which was now a 3rd seat, much to the former's chagrin. Both said they'd join, but neither though wanted the responsibility of being president or co-founder. Hisuna had too much on her plate as it was, so I left her alone. She was searching for Rukia, trying to be a good wife, and she was also now 3rd seat of the 6th division. The original 3rd seat, Jakuro Chisumi, was given vice-captaincy of 3rd division since Iba Chikane wound up with a crippling injury to her right arm that made it impossible to wield her Zanpakuto, which was a two-handed shikai. She also later suffered a head injury that left her brain damage that made her unfit to work, so the Central 46 let her go. Her son, Iba Tetsuzumon, is currently the 3rd seat of the 7th division, working hard to follow in his mother's footsteps, but he denies feeling the need to impress her. Before that position he was in 11th division as 7th seat. Susanna got a promotion too. She's in Hisuna's old position. The two of us are both 5th seats. I want her to be my right hand, so I can't ask her to be my co-founder or president. The woman has skill that I can't bother to pass up. As for me, I'm comfortable with my 2 direct subordinates, 6th seats Kotsubaeki Sentaro and Katetsu Kian. Sentaro is the son of 7th Division's Lieutenant Kotsubaeki Jin Iman. His dad's not as youthful as he was more than half a century ago, all the man's hair is as white as my captain's and he's starting to become attentive deficit. It'll only be a matter of time before he's let go. Sentaro himself, however, is a hard-working and very energetic subordinate. He's very eager to help me out, whatever it may be. Katetsu Kian is Vice-Captain Katetsu Isane's younger sister. Kian is beneath me in rank, so I call her by her given name as opposed to her sister, who I still refer to as Katetsu-san out of respect. Kian, like Sentaro, is very dedicated to the squad, and me, as a whole. I'm just thankful she's not jumping me the same way her sister has a thing for me, which Kian seems to be completely aware of, as she's constantly asking me questions about our working relationship. If anything, I'd say Kian is more attached to the captain himself. I think both her and Sentaro are envious for Shiba Fukotaiko's job. Speaking of Shiba Fukotaiko, he's actually a pretty nice guy. When he heard how Kyokaku was planning to fund my organization and heard I needed a president and a co-founder, he offered to be president. Well, he demanded to be rather. Yukatake Taiko said he'd love to be a part of it when he found out what was going on. When I mentioned the co-founder's position, he told me I should get someone I could really trust to take that position, but the only two people I could trust to take that position were Susanna and Hisuna, and both were overqualified, the latter of which was extremely busy. Since last year Shibufuku Taiko set me up with another teaching position, eager to see my teaching expertise firsthand. With Yukitake Taiko randomly going in and out of his sickbed, Shibufuku Taiko takes up the slack work. Rather, all of the senior officers, including Miyako Senpai, and I, do. I have 3 classes I have to teach: first year beginners Kido in the morning, first year advanced Kido in the early afternoon, and 6th year advanced Kido in the late afternoon. I've recognized 3 talented individuals. The first 2 are in my first year advanced class, Kira Izuru and Hinamori Momo. Seeing them reminds me of the days when I taught Hisuna, Byakuya Fukutaiko, and Susanna for all 6 years. The third is in my 6th year advanced, Hisagi Shihei. He failed the academy entrance exams twice in a row, but it's hard to tell that. The guy knows what he's doing. However, it seems as if the levels of classes are determined by either latent spiritual power or all-around skill, because one of my first year advanced Kido students, Abarai Renji, has consistently been in the bottom of the class, borderline failing. I've had to give him extra lessons just so the guy can pass the class. I have never seen a shakkeiho blow up in someone's face so catastrophically. Right now I'm at the teacher's lounge going through some squad-oriented reports. Just because I'm a teacher doesn't mean I don't have my regularly scheduled responsibilities. Senpai. Only one person ever referred to me like that. I looked up to see my longtime former subordinate, Libra Naomi. "Oh, Naomi, how are you?" I asked. "I'm fine, I'm 13th seat now." "I didn't know you were teaching," she said. "Yeah, 3 different Kido classes." "What about you, what are you teaching?" I inquired. "Well, I have 2nd year intermediate Hakuda in the morning, 1st year beginners Kido in the middle of the afternoon, and 4th year beginners Shunpo in the late afternoon," Naomi stated. "Lusuke Taiko wanted me to teach courses based on my skill set." "Any talent you see blooming?" I asked. Naomi tapped a finger to her chin. "Well, I'm easily impressed, but by your standards I'd say the only real raw talent is this one girl in my afternoon Kido class." "Oh. I was always interested in hearing about prodigious students." "Let's see, what was that student's name? Was it Rika, Reika, Ruka?" Naomi folded her arms and pouted. "God, I can't remember." "What about her surname?" I asked. "Oh, that's easy, her surname is Sayuri," Naomi said with a cheerful smile from behind her face mask. My head snapped to attention. Wait a minute. Is her name Sayuri Rukia? Yeah. That's it. I could see the light bulb going off in Naomi's head. I found my heart starting to beat fast. Does she have short black hair?" I asked. "Ah, yeah, how did you know? What room is her dorm?" I found her. I have to tell Hisuna about this." You know I can't give that out freely. Even if you were my senpai, I can't." I grabbed Naomi by the wrist. "Wah. Come with me." It was the first time I had been this cheerfully excited about anything. Hisuna had to know, I had to tell her right away. "Lelich, you're brimming with cheer. What's going on?" Iin Tamashi asked. "Weren't you paying attention just now? I found Hisuna's sister." I responded. "Yippee." Iin Tamashi was less than thrilled. "What's with the attitude?" I asked. "We haven't trained in a while, I'm bored," she said. "Look, I've been working to try and get my organization off the ground and Aizen's been quiet. Bankai can wait until then." "I sure hope you're right, Lelich." I dragged Naomi to Division 6 and went straight to Hisuna's office. I knocked. "Hisuna. It's Lelich, are you there?" "Senpai." Naomi said out of breath. "What's going on?" "Pay attention, Naomi," I winked, "you'll realize it soon enough." I knocked again. "Hisuna." I heard scuffling Waraji sliding along the ground and a sleep-deprived Hisuna answered the door. "Ugh, I was just about to settle down for a nap, what is it?" Hisuna looked an absolute mess. "Ah, she looks just like Rukia." Naomi gasped. At the mention of her sister's name, Hisona's change in energy was like she had just digested 6 mugs of coffee in less than 3 seconds. She grabbed Naomi by the shoulders excited. Rukia. You know my sister. Your sister. Naomi was confused. Naomi, Hisona is Rukia's older sister, she's been looking all over for her for more than half a century. Please, you have to bring us to Rukia's dorm room. Hisona is the bride of the head of the Kukaki family. A few months after their marriage, Kukaki Taiko gave Byakuya rights as head of the household, but Byakuya Fukutaiko felt as if he was not yet ready for the responsibilities of both house head and captaincy, nor was he fully finished mastering his Bankai. Kukaki Taiko respected Byakuya Fukutaiko's decision and was still leading the 6th division. Oh my gosh. Naomi dropped to her knees and bowed. Kukaki Usama, I am so sorry, I meant no disrespect. She got up. Both of you follow me. We followed Naomi to her office where she got out one of her roster sheets and began going down the list. Sayuri, 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 Sayura. Sayuri Rukia, Dorm 130F. Naomi pointed. I know where that is. I said, having memorized the layout of the academy. Follow me. Hisona, Naomi, and I made our way to Dorm 130F, and Naomi had us stand clear of the door so she could talk to Rukia first. She knocked on the door. Rukia, can I speak to you please? We heard a sigh from inside. It's unlocked. I stood with my ear to the wall to try and listen in as Naomi walked into Rukia's dorm room. Oh, who's your friend Rukia? His name is Renji. I've been trying to teach him proper Kido theory, but he can't get it through his thick skull. I heard a snappy, unrecognizable female voice that I could only assume was Rukia's. Well, there's your problem, Renji, your tutor is in the beginner class. I laughed to myself. Sounds like she takes after you a bit, I teased Hisona. She laughed quietly to herself. I'm not in trouble, am I, sensei? I heard Rukia ask. Oh no, no. Naomi said. I have some people here who are very eager to meet you. We're kind of in the middle of something. I heard Renji say, only to hear the sound of a fist hitting flesh followed by crashing. I heard the shaking of the table, which made me think that Rukia had risen to her feet. I'll come greet them. Rukia seemed reluctant to come and see us, but she'd change her mind soon enough. I heard Rukia's voice increase in volume as she made her way outside the dorm. So what's so important that you? She saw Hisona and me. She was the spitting image of her sister in her teens. You. She looked at Hisona. You look just like me. Hisona didn't say anything, she just stared at Rukia, both of them not knowing how to react. I decided to mediate. Right, I cleared my throat. Sayuri Rukia, meet Kukaki Hisona, formerly known as Sayuri Hisona, your older sister. Hisona, I'm assuming introductions aren't in order. Sister. Rukia was understandably confused given she was abandoned as an infant. Renji came out of the dorm with a hand over his nose, dried blood staining it. Rukia. What the hell was that for? And, Lamperouge-sensei. He bowed to me. A pleasure to see you, sir. At ease, Renji, this isn't an inspection. I told him. Renji stood erect and then noticed Hisona and scratched his head. Whoa, talk about seeing double. Is she related to you, Rukia? She says she's my older sister, but I thought. You couldn't have known. Hisona was fighting back, breaking down into tears. You were too young when I left you there, crying in the alleyway. I'm so ashamed of it. Hisona rubbed underneath her eyelids with the side of her index finger. Words will never be enough to express how sorry I am for abandoning you, Rukia. Rukia had no idea what was going on around her. Renji gave her a hearty pat on the shoulder. Isn't this great, Rukia, you have a family. Rukia looked like she was having a hard time processing all of this. And no, that's not possible. My family were all the people I grew up with. I couldn't possibly have any living blood-related family at all. Rukia started getting misty-eyed. Could I? You do, Rukia, and I'm so glad I found you. I searched for you every day, because I couldn't live with myself for abandoning you. I'm so glad you're alive, I'm so glad I can see you. Well, that explains a lot. Renji scratched the back of his head. What do you mean, Renji? I asked with a serious expression. Did you know something about this and didn't tell me? Rukia got angry with him. No. No, of course not. Renji responded, panicked. Rukia folded her arms and looked at him with a menacing glare. Look, it was about 3 years after you became part of my group. I got up early that morning and went into town to get a crust of bread. You and the others were sleeping soundly and I didn't want to wake you. I saw a woman standing near one of the markets. The back of her head was exactly like yours and she wasn't wearing a shiakusho, so I went over and looked up at her. The sun was in my eye and I couldn't see her that well, but I could have sworn I was looking at your spitting image. However, before I could get a better look, the woman at the desk spotted me and tried to hit me with a newspaper, so I ran. Never saw the woman again, that's why I didn't say anything. Yes, I never went into Rokanga searching for you in my shiakusho. People are less friendly towards soul reapers in the higher numerical districts, so I didn't want to be outcast by the people. I just wanted to find you, Rukia. Hisuna told her. It's really hard for me to believe this. You can't just come into my life and claim to be my sister. Rukia shouted. Looking for me or not, what do you expect, that I should just accept all of this without a second thought? And no, of course not, I don't even deserve to be called your sister after what I did, but Rukia, I just wanted to find you. Hisuna stated. Well, you found me? Rukia snapped. Now what? Hisuna walked over to Rukia and pulled her sister against her, one arm wrapped around her back and the other patting her head. I want you to know how much I love you. Rukia was completely confused, but the satisfied smile on Hisuna's face seemed to make the situation rather serene. Hey, if you really are Rukia's sister, then you and she would share something in common, wouldn't you? Renji asked. Well, that's not entirely true, but it's possible. I responded. Hisuna-san, what's your favorite animal? He asked her. A rabbit. Hisuna stated. Rukia reacted. What's your favorite type of salad? Renji asked. Egg salad with sliced cucumbers. Again, Rukia seemed to react to Hisuna's statement. Favorite afternoon snack? 3 rice dumplings. Rukia looked up from her sister's embrace, and a hard-boiled egg. Hisuna nodded. Well, I'd say that almost proves it without a DNA test. Renji scratched his head. If Hisuna-san here isn't your sister, then I'm a potato. Rukia looked at Hisuna with confused eyes. Do you believe me now? Hisuna asked. Rukia responded by tightly wrapping her arms around Hisuna, gripping her shiakusho tightly. I do. Rukia sniffed. Hisuna held Rukia back into her embrace. Oh, Rukia, my baby sister. Nei-san. Rukia sobbed. Lelouch, Naomi, Hisuna looked at the both of us. Could you please excuse us? I need to fill out paperwork falling under the category of sibling relations. Rukia has a lot to inherit and her school name will no doubt need to be changed. Changed? Renji asked, confused. Hisuna is married to the one and only Kukaki Byakuya. Once Rukia checks out, by DNA, and all the proper paperwork is filled out, that makes her a Kukaki. I explained. Oh, Renji seemed jarred, who wouldn't if they learned that their best friend was nobility. I imagined the look on Rivalt's face if I had ever told him that I was a descendant of the royal bloodline. Well, that's great, Rukia. You've got a family and everything. He was obviously trying to be happy for her, but I knew that this would be trying on Rukia. She'd be thrown into a life she wasn't used to. I wasn't sure how she would adjust. Sure, she'd have her sister, but at the moment Hisuna was like a complete stranger to Rukia. There's really nothing you can do about it. It's not your problem. I know that, but... Focus, Lelouch, don't lose sight of your goal. Iin Tamashi told me. I sighed and righted myself. You're right. Once again you're right. Renji. Why yes sir. Renji stood at attention. You might want to start finding a new tutor since your current one's about to become busy by my calculation. I suggest Kira Izuru, he seems to know what he's doing. I suggested. Renji sighed. Yes sir. And trotted off. Right yourself soldier. I told him and he bolted upright and walked away. You really drive it into them, don't you senpai? Naomi asked. Well, if I'm not rough on them they won't learn, and they won't learn discipline, especially people like Renji. If that guy ever becomes a vice captain, I'll stand on top of the gates leading to the Squad 1 barracks and do an Irish folk dance until I collapse from exhaustion. Ireland, in my time, had become Area 77, but of course, given the relation between my world and the current timeline, that was at least 20 years from now. That would certainly be a sight to see. Naomi laughed. Anyway, I should be getting back to work. Thanks for your help, Naomi. I told her and went back to my office. I was a good way down the walkway when she called out, "Anytime senpai." Shino Academy Teachers Lounge. It's been about a half a year since Rukia and Hisuna reunited. Much to my surprise, Rukia was adapting rather well to the life of a noble. Sure, she was a lot more aggressive and ill-mannered than her sister, but she still had respect for authority and had trouble being a sociable person. Byakuya Fukutaiko had Rukia transferred into the advanced level by pulling some strings. He also put Rukia in my Kido class. Renji has started to pick up his game with Rukia around. His ability is still deplorable, but at least he's not going to fail the class. I feel sorry for the poor sap that gets him next year for Kido. Interestingly enough, Rukia takes after me in that she's much better at Kido than anything else. Her Kendo and Hakuta are better than mine when I first started, by a very large margin. However, unlike me, her problem is her stature, not her stamina. She hasn't learned to overcome her small frame to tackle larger opponents. Most learn how to do that around their third year. Hisuna's stress level has dropped considerably now that she doesn't have to go out to worry about Rukia anymore. It's a good thing I found Rukia when I did. The CRITI communication posted a warning bulletin about an epidemic that suddenly started sweeping across Inzuri. Hisuna realizes that could have been her had she continued to search for Rukia, causing her to thank me the day the article was printed. Aizen finally came from out of the shadows. It appears I'm not the only one looking for ready recruits. 6 months ago he went sweeping through the academy eyeing the first years, specifically Momo, Izuru, Renji, and Rukia. You can't get Hisuna, so you go after her sister. That's about as low as it gets, Aizen. I thought to myself. I asked Hisuna, in private, if she had any more trouble with Aizen after her transfer, and especially after her marriage. Apparently Aizen had thrown the same proposition at her that he did me, but in the form of marriage proposal. Hisuna said she shot him down on the spot. She said she acted like a timid, sorrowful schoolgirl, saying how she just didn't deserve Aizen. That's another thing she and her sister have in common, both are good at faking things. Originally I had thought that Aizen just wanted a companion, but with Hisuna learning Bankai I've started to think that perhaps he's looking to recruit those with talent that he would perceive as a threat if left unchecked. I didn't know whether to count myself lucky or unlucky. Hisuna would be fine, she was protected by the statues surrounding noble families, and she also had Byakuya Fukutaiko watching over her like a guardian angel. I, however, was about as vulnerable as a pilot in a nightmare frame with an exposed cockpit. I knew Aizen wouldn't give up on me, especially since I too was working towards learning Bankai. Hisuna had already learned it hers, she was just working towards mastering it. I hadn't even learned mine. It was the middle of the afternoon, my afternoon Kido class had been overtaken by the first-year student headmaster as per a field test for the students to practice their Kenso skills. I knew it was coming. My star 6th-year pupil, Hisagi Shihei, had given me a slip letting me know that the trip might interfere with his arrival to class later today. I was sitting at a table, minding my own business when an alarm started going off, restricted to just the teaching lounge. Shihei's voice began playing over the loudspeaker. Mayday! Mayday! This is 6th-year academy student Hisagi Shihei requesting backup. We are under attack by a giant hollow. Repeat, we are under attack. I rushed for the headmaster's office. Those were my students as much as they were their other teachers, but more importantly Rukia was in that mess. I know what it feels like to lose a younger sister. I would not let Hisuna experience that same pain. Headmaster! I burst into his office. Please send me to the world of the living straight away. Lelich, while I understand your distress, do not fret. I have already sent word to the 5th Division, requesting assistance from Captain Aizen Sosuke. Oh hell no. I am not letting Aizen protect my students. I thought of a quick response. But we need someone who can get on site quickly. Send me. I can get on site and maybe save some students. Lelich, relax, things will be fine. Captain Aizen is a very capable man. Oh really? I reached up and went for my contact lens. I begged to differ, headmaster. I removed my contact lens and activated Geese. You will send me to the world of the living ahead of Captain Aizen and do exactly as I suggested, sending someone on site to hold off the enemy for as long as possible. Truth be told, I was going to defeat the hollows that were there. When Iin Tamashi and I worked together, there was nothing we couldn't accomplish. You will draft all proper paperwork authorizing such an action. Yes, Master Lelich. He said in a dull monotone. Good. I left for the Senkamoin immediately. I would protect my students. As I headed for the gate, I also geesed any student I happened to make eye contact with, instructing them that if they saw Aizen today that they should pester him like they were a member of his fan club. That should slow him down. I thought to myself. When I arrived on site, I saw Momo, Renji, and Izuru being attacked by a group of hollows. It wasn't Mino's class, but it was too powerful for academy-level students. Rukia was nearby. She was using healing Kido on Shihei. I took one look at the hollow and held out my arm. Hado 63, Reikoho. I blasted it right in the face and blew it up before leaping off the tall building I was on and landing right in front of my students. Lamperouge-sensei. Momo was ecstatic to see me. Damage report, recruits. I ordered. Sir, 6th year students, Kani Sawarita and Ayaga Raiden, were killed by that thing you just destroyed, sir. Izuru saluted. All the other students have potentially made it to a safe location at the request of Hisagi-senpai. We stayed back to fight despite being told to run. If you hadn't shown up when you did, we might have had to make a run for it, or potentially be lunch. Good. I said as I sensed more hollows. Rukia, how's Shihei's condition? I can speak for myself, sensei. Shihei breathed. I've lost vision in my right eye and my sword arm is banged up, but I'll live and recover. Can you use Kido with your offhand? I asked him. Yeah, I can still fight. Shihei got to his feet. Why? The hollows that I sensed earlier made their appearance. That's why. I said. We're with you, sensei, just tell us what to do. Momo told me. Guard my flanks, and keep on the enemy with Kido to slow down their progression. Your spiritual power is too weak to do any real damage, but it'll give me time to take out the enemy. I will protect you all. Rally and motivate, Iin Tamashi. I unleashed my Zanpakuto and tied my cape around my neck. Warusubakuden. I fired the spiritual energy at a cluster of hollows. The resulting explosion blew them all up. Rukia and the others all huddled around me, chanting the incantation to Shakkeiho, save Shihei, who was prepping Sakasui since he only had one arm to work with. I cleared away all the hollows in front of me before concentrating on the ones on my flank and behind me. As we fought, the horde of hollows seemed endless. This is weird. I thought. There shouldn't be this many, not from just a fluke accident. I scowled. Aizen, this is your doing, isn't it? You know I'm out here, so you're pressuring me. You want the glory. You want to show that I need the power you offer. Well, you can go fall in a ditch somewhere. I'm not giving up. Send all the hollows you want after me and pretend like it's an accident, I know better. Wild accusations against you won't be enough to get you investigated, and I'm sure you can keep your nose in the clear, but by pressuring me to give up so that you can take the spotlight, you're just going to turn me into a hero. The horde continued until my allies started tuckering out. Lamperouge-sensei, Momo panted as she slunk to the ground, is more backup going to arrive? Nei-sama. Rukia's eyes were tearing up in desire for her sister. So this is how it ends. Izuru panted. No, it's not ending. If we give up, Aizen will prove he's superior. I'm not giving in. I'm strong enough. I can win. I will not give up. My spiritual pressure exploded outwards, giving my allies a migraine while it surged until it calmed down. When it did, Iin Tamashi materialized. Someone asked for backup. Sensei. Izuru was in awe. Is that your? Yes. I responded. This is my Zanpakuto. Sensei. Momo coughed. Next to Shihei, she was the most exhausted and my spiritual pressure had made it worse. Please protect us. She passed out. Ready, Lelich? Iin Tamashi asked me. Of course. I responded. The horde of hollows came rushing at us and Iin Tamashi and I stood back to back. We launched dark fireballs in every conceivable direction. As the horde died down, Aminos came bursting through the Garganta. Aw crap. We're doomed. We're really, really doomed. Renji cried. Not while I'm still standing. I thought. The Minos charged a Zero. Okay, maybe not. The Zero came barreling towards us. I didn't know what to do, but Iin Tamashi got in front of us all and projected a perfect, spherical barrier that surrounded us all. It blocked all damage from the Zero. We're still alive. Renji cried. Of course we are. I said. None of us are dying. Not on my watch. I looked at Iin Tamashi. Was that? Yes, that was another power of your Bankai. She stated. You will learn to do that eventually. The Minos roared and prepared another Zero. Iin Tamashi looked at me. My spherical barricade can hold for 2 more of those things. Lelich, you have to wipe that thing out with 1 shot. With the barrier still up? I asked. Iin Tamashi nodded. There's only one thing I know that could work then. Alright, let's try this. Everyone stay absolutely quiet. I need to concentrate. I held out my right arm completely outstretched and held my palm to the sky, cupping my fingers as if holding a gem. Seeping crest of turbidity. Arrogant vessel of lunacy. Boil forth and deny. The first Zero fired forward. I didn't let the screams of my students or the explosion bother me and continued to chant in perfect focus. Grow numb and flicker. Disrupt sleep. The Minos roared again and took another step toward us before preparing another Zero. Crawling queen of iron. Eternally self-destructing doll of mud. The second Zero fired forward and Iin Tamashi protected us all. The barrier shattered. Unite. Repulse. The Minos took another step towards us and roared. Fill with soil and know your own powerlessness. The Minos charged a third Zero. I don't want to die. Oh please, I don't want to die. Izuru cried. Dark black energy sparked in my hands. Hado number 90, Kuro Hitsuji. The large, black coffin rose up out and encompassed the Minos. The Zero it charged exploded on the inside of the technique. When everything cleared though, the Minos was destroyed. I could sense no more hollows. Iin Tamashi began to fade. Thank you. I told her. She smiled as she receded back into my Zanpakuto as I sealed it up. I began to sway in place. I did it. I thought I'd hit the ground and pass out, but my students helped me. Lelich Dano. Lamperouge Sensei. Rukia and Momo exclaimed respectively as they kept me from falling over onto the ground. I was exhausted, but thanks to them at least I was still conscious for the moment. Sir, are you all right? Izuru asked me. I stopped panting, jerked my head back to get the hair out of my eyes and smiled. Yeah, never better. I chuckled. All of my students smiled at me with various gasps and cries of joy. When I was good enough to walk I went with them to the other students. I was still feeling a little woozy so Izuru and Shihei let me use their shoulders as armrests. Lamperouge Sensei, that was awesome back there. Renji praised. You were very cool, Sensei. Momo complimented. Naisama was right, there is a reason you wear that vest of yours. Rukia stated. Hey. Students were waving as they saw the 6 of us come up over the horizon. Is everyone okay? Rukia asked. They're perfectly fine. Oh, sure. Now he shows up. I thought to myself. I looked to my right to see Aizen and Jin standing nearby. By the time we arrived all the hollows had been vanquished. We would have been here sooner, but it seems Aizen Teiko's built quite a fan club for himself amongst the students. It was rather odd that they were choosing an emergency situation to come running up to us. Jin chuckled. Well, the alarm only rang in the teacher's lounge. I looked from Jin to Aizen. As a former teacher, you should know we don't like to scare students on the thought that something went wrong. Information is on a need-to-know basis. You and I both know nothing that happened today was an accident. Yes, of course. Aizen smiled at me. Lamperouge-sensei was so cool. Momo was rather impressed with me. He should get a promotion from his captain. Yeah, he took out a Minos Grande with Hado number 90. Renji backed up her enthusiasm. That technique's supposed to be almost impossible to do. Hado 90? My, oh my. Jin was genuinely shocked. You should be passed out after using that one with all the hollows you had to be fighting prior to killing a Minos. Well, I had a little support. I indicated my students. Nothing slays hollows like a little bit of teamwork. I got off of Shihei and Izuru's shoulders. At any rate, Shihei here needs medical attention. One of the hollows got him in the eye shortly before I arrived. Just because I hate Aizen's guts didn't mean I was going to be disrespectful when working with him. My desire for vengeance and conquest had to remain hidden. You yourself seem like you could use medical attention. Your Ryotsu is rather drained. Aizen told me. Now that's something we can agree on. Yeah, anyway, let's head back. Aizen, as a captain, led the students and I back to the Soul Society. I was put on sick leave for 3 weeks so my spiritual pressure could recover. I had a fever at least twice. I was so exhausted from all of that. Momo came to visit me on my 15th day. I brought you flowers and a get well card tree from our class. She said, putting both things on my night table. You didn't have to do that for me. I chuckled. And not true, flowers help make everyone better. She got pent up. I laughed. Thank you, I appreciate it. I said and reached out and pat her head. So who's been covering for me? I asked. Shaipani-sensei and Rukia-san have been trading off. Rukia said when Kukaki-sensei heard you were at the care ward because of what you did she just had to do something. Momo laughed. She and Shaipani-sensei said that they were both your students at one point. Well, they learned from the best. I laughed. More importantly, how did you get here? Aren't students normally supposed to stay on academy grounds if they don't have permission to leave? Momo reached into her robe and pulled out a student pass signed by Hisuna. Kukaki-sensei said it was all right when I asked. Momo responded. She put the permission slip away and then took a pose like a love-struck schoolgirl. I wanted to come see you, sensei. I just didn't get a chance to thank you properly. And so, thank you, sensei, for protecting all of us. Momo flushed. Oh, you cannot be serious. Someone has a crush on their teacher. Iin Tamashi said in sing-song. I mentally groaned, but kept myself civil and cheerful on the surface. It was nothing. I responded. I was just doing my job. I wish all the Soul Reapers had your sense of just doing their job. I craned my neck to look over Momo's shoulder and she turned around. Kyokaka was standing in the doorway. Oi, how's it going, Lelich? She asked. Shiba Yusama. Momo bowed as low as she could. Her pigtails swayed back and forth, her bow was so abrupt. Sick in bed again, Lelich, is this going to become a habit of yours? Kyokaku asked me. Sensei, you know her? Momo asked. I nodded. Kyokaku and I are longtime friends. I met her at Shibafuku Taiko's wedding. Don't get the wrong idea, kid. Kyokaku said to Momo. Lelich is just a close pal of former captains Shihoin Yoriyuki and Urahara Kisuke, who were two of my closest friends. I didn't know whether Kyokaku was trying to make Momo feel better or to cover up her own reputation. Either way, Momo understood. At any rate, your sensei and I have to discuss important grown-up stuff, so it would be best if you could run along back to the academy. Hi. Of course. Momo waved as she left. Bye, sensei. Get better soon. I take it you have something interesting to tell me, Kyokaku? I asked. Yeah. Here. She dumped a report in my lap. I started skimming it over. There's a new holo out on the loose that the Central 46 has dubbed the name Grand Fisher. Kyokaku explained. The name of said holo was reported at the top. That guy is one slippery bastard. He's either slain or escaped every Soul Reaper that attacks him, and he's only getting stronger. What does this have to do with anything? I asked. It has everything to do with everything. Killing every Soul Reaper I can understand, but some that have mentioned its escaping state, that's a little off. Kyokaku responded. I read the report and understood what Kyokaku was talking about. Very many holos have a one-tracked mind, whether they're capable of speech or not. This Grand Fisher, as it was being called, almost seemed to know exactly how we kill holos and how to avoid becoming destroyed. You think you know who has something to do with this? I asked, not wanting to accuse Aizen out in the open. I'd bet my right arm he's got something to do with it. You mentioned how he was interested in holo research, right? The whole incident with Hirako Teiko gave rise to Soul Reapers with holo powers. What if he's trying to do the reverse now? Kyokaku thought. I put my hand to my chin and let that statement sink in. If that were the case, then the first step would be in creating a holo that is far more intelligent than many others. Those were my thoughts exactly. The Central 46 will no doubt be certain that Urahara Kisuke is the one responsible, but they're already wasting resources trying to find that guy. Kyokaku responded. I finished reading the report and put it down. And what am I supposed to go after this thing? I asked. No. Kyokaku said. We can't have you stopping you-know-who's every move. It would look too suspicious. What I do need you to do is sit there for a moment and think up what might be his next step. I thought about what Aizen might do if Grand Fisher turned out to be a success. It's possible Aizen already considered him such. Let's see, if I was trying to make holos more like Soul Reapers and I had already created an intelligent holo, what would I do next? I thought on the point for a few minutes. If I were trying to create a holo with Soul Reaper abilities, then after creating something like Grand Fisher, I would try to create a holo that could be an anti-Soul Reaper holo. And what would this anti-Soul Reaper holo be like? Kyokaku asked. Well, form and appearance I'd have no idea, but it would have to be able to absorb and fuse with a Soul Reaper, sort of like a parasite. I stated. Wait, won't I get in trouble for talking about stuff like this where people can hear? I pointed to the security camera. Oh please, the Central 46 isn't that incompetent. They take what they hear at face value. We already established that we were talking about an investigation. Like I said, they'll assume Kisuke. But they can hear that, can't they? I asked. They're not going to give a crap that they're wrong so long as we don't say who we're investigating. Also, the only way they'd ever review the tape is if you-know-who is particularly paranoid. I don't even know if he knows you and I are working together. Kyokaku reassured me. She had about as good a head on her shoulders as I did, so I believed her. I'll keep in touch if I hear wind of a parasitic holo. Kyokaku stated. Oh, one more thing. She dropped a newspaper in my lap. Congratulations, you made the front page. The top news story in the Siridi Communication was a big scoop about my heroic efforts. You know, Aizen, you really shouldn't have made a blind man in charge of the division with the newspaper. The article had some input from those involved, minus myself, since I've been here for the past 2 weeks. One part of the article read, during the incident, Captain Aizen and Vice Captain Ichimaru were asked to provide backup in the efforts that 5th Seat Lamp-Rouge could not hold the line. They were held up consistently by students who declared themselves as fans of the 5th Division captain. Several students that were asked about this said they just felt compelled to greet the 5th Division captain when they saw him. Sounds like Aizen's popularity got the better of him. I laughed, not wanting to hint that that was my handiwork. Kyokaku may have known about my being Zero, she was the only one who knew. Yuriuki told her about it shortly after Kyokaku and I had become friends. Kyokaku was wise enough to keep her mouth shut since Zero was a vigilante and she and I were on the same team. However, even she didn't know about the geese. No one did except for Iin Tamashi, but it's not like she counts in this instance. Hey. I heard from Kyan that Yukatake Teiko's been thinking of promoting you, but since his higher positions are full you might get transferred back to the 12th division as third seat since the position is open. Kyokaku stated. If it does happen, try to at least act surprised. Hey, if Hisuna and Rukia can fake things so can I. I chuckled. Kyokaku laughed. Ah, you never cease to be an interesting friend, Lelich. Kyokaku said after she stopped cackling. You know you're lucky you're here with all the publicity that story is getting. If there's one person the news maniacs won't bother to forcefully bypass it would be Anohana Teiko. Knowing her she'd probably do some rather interesting things with their cameras and notepads if they tried to interview patients. I thought to myself. Well, I gotta get going. Kyokaku said stretching her arms out. Nice seeing you, Lelich. Same here. I told Kyokaku. When she was gone I looked back at the headline, Lamperouge Lelich saves students, declared a hero. A hero. I thought to myself. When I was 0 and leading the Black Knights the news always referred to us as terrorists or vigilantes depending on what we had done. Sometimes if Britannia was feeling particularly generous we were called criminals with good intentions. Never heroes though. We were knights of justice, but never labeled as such by the media. However, here in the Soul Society, by saving the lives of a group of first years I was declared a hero. It was a title I never expected nor wanted to receive, not until now anyway. Not all heroes are paragons, Lelich. Iin Tamashi told me. This path that you are on is a good one. In the open you are a hero in the eyes of the Soul Society. In the dark you are a vigilante fighting to take down a power-hungry man who looks to tear the Soul Society asunder right from underneath them. Yes, it is a good thing I have going and I will continue on this path. Something went off in the corner of my mind. I think I just came up with a name for the second coming of the Black Knights. Oh? Iin Tamashi asked. Let's hear it. We will be known as the Black Heroes. I declared. Iin Tamashi was less than impressed. Meh, it could use some work. Do you have a better idea? I asked. No, but I'm sure someone else does. She responded. We can't tell anyone about this. I said. Did I say we had to? I'm just saying I get the feeling someone has a better idea for an organization title than the Black Heroes. Or who knows, maybe the idea will just come to you out of thin air. She teased. I sighed and turned over to get some sleep. Whatever, I'm getting some rest. Apparently that's the best thing for me right now is to eat and rest. My strength will return quicker if I do. Have a good rest then. Iin Tamashi told me. I closed my eyes and slowly but surely faded into my subconscious. Chapter 26 End. Chapter 27, Lelich and Nemu. Lelich's POV. It's been 8.5 years since I was discharged from the 4th Division. Rukia and the others graduated 3 years ago. Rukia had her sister pull some strings, so I wound looping with her, Renji, Izuru and Momo in my Kido class for the remainder of their academy studies. With the exception of Renji, who it was painful to watch, quite literally because half the Kido blows up in his face, it was nice having them around. Renji got just barely passing grades in my class. When Shihei graduated a little more than 5 years ago he became its 14th seat upon graduation and has since then become 9th seat. He was promised the position in his 4th year because of his grades. During the time he's been there I've read a few articles written by him in the Siriti Communication. He's a good soul reaper. Words of his accomplishments reach my office now that I have a position as a senior officer. He will certainly go far. When the time came for Renji, Rukia, Izuru, and Momo to graduate, Izuru graduated with academic excellence. It prided him that he could make his deceased parents proud of him. It was Aizen who bestowed him with the reward as he was the one, along with Jin, who was selected to oversee the graduation ceremony that year. Later that evening, when it was time for the senior officers to greet the new recruits, Rukia, Momo, Renji and Izuru all turned up at the ceremony. Rukia said she was eager to follow in her sister and brother-in-law's footsteps. Yukatake Teiko had offered position of 17th seat, the only one out of her and my other 3 students to make ranked officer straight off, and she had grown to 11th seat under my guidance. She's stayed with us all this time and I'm sure she'll do great here. Renji wound up an unseated member, but 2 years ago Ukitake Teiko had him transferred to the 11th division because of his roughneck tendencies. Renji wound up climbing all the way to 17th seat, on par with Rukia as he bragged to her, as a starting position. I spoke to Shisato about toughening Renji up and making him work hard. She said she would make sure he had plenty of field work. Shisato was not only the only 11th division member I could really count on, she was also its only senior officer that wasn't a complete battle drone. Izura worked with us until he was transferred a year and a half ago to 4th division. He's risen in rank since then to 14th seat. He considers Shihei both his senpai and his rival and uses him as a purpose to keep getting better. Momo stayed with us up until just last month. My promotion was announced 3 months ago, with my move being today, and since Momo wasn't qualified to follow me to 12th division, as she desired, she did the next best thing and became a seated officer under Aizen. I didn't think I'd hear from Momo again, but to my surprise Aizen was being a lot less strict with her than he was Hisuna. I'd grown to understand Aizen's thought process over the years of working against him. The fact that he was being nice to Momo in a different way than he had Hisuna either meant that he learned from his mistake with Hisuna or he was planning to do something else entirely with Momo. I didn't know what, but I was going to keep an eye on him. Byakuya and Jin both became captains about a year after my students graduated. Jin took over the open 3rd division captaincy slot and Kukaki Jinrei stepped down as head of 6th division. Since the 6th division functioned differently than the other divisions did, all Kukaki Jinrei had to do was turn in his Zanpakuto to be locked and sealed away and he could retire in peace and live out the rest of his life sipping tea under a tree at the Kukaki Manor. It was perfect timing on Byakuya's point too, since his grandfather was starting to get old and, unlike Yamamoto Suteiko, was starting to lose his edge. Hisuna became Byakuya's new vice-captain. The 6th division continued under the banner of Kukaki Teiko and Fukutaiko as it had for so many generations. Now the only divisions without vice-captains were divisions 9 and 10. Tison Teiko would obviously start to cultivate a Soul Reaper of Aizen's choosing, and Ishine Teiko said he hadn't gotten any recommendations or seen anyone with exceptional enough skill and responsibility to take the mantle. The Godai has gone under many changes since I first started here, and today those changes would continue with my promotion. The paperwork finally came through and I changed positions today. Kian and Sentaro were sorry to see me go, but both fought over who would carry my bags and equipment to my new position, 3rd seat of the 12th division and deputy head of the Department of Research and Development. I had made my mark here in the 13th division, so I wasn't exactly reluctant to leave. Ukitake Teiko, Shiba Fukutaiko, Miyako Senpai, and Rukia each gave me a heartfelt goodbye. You don't have to worry about a thing, Lelich. Kian-san told me. In the time I had known him we had become less formal with each other. I'll make sure to take good Kukaki here. He patted Rukia's head. You'd better. You wouldn't want to anger Byakuya Teiko or Hisuna Fukutaiko, would you? I asked. Of course not, Kian-san stated with an overly enthusiastic grin. Getting the evil eye from Byakuya Teiko is bad enough. I don't need it from his spouse too. You have been a great benefit to us these past years, Lelich-san. Miyako-senpai stated. It's been a great pleasure to have worked with you. Ukitake Teiko complimented me. Senpai, I think that's the last of everything. Kian saluted. We've moved all of your belongings and set things up exactly as your blueprints described, sir. Sentaro saluted as well. Thanks, you too. I'm glad I could count on you. I said. I stepped onto the grass from the deck outside my now old office. Well, I'm off. Bye, sensei. Rukia waved. Everyone waved goodbye to me as I left. 13th Division made me feel what it was really like to have a family. We all took care of each other there due to Ukitake Teiko constantly going in and out of fevers, so we all split the workload or did what we could to help Kian-san since he sometimes took it upon himself to do all of it. As I walked calmly with my hands in my pockets to 12th Division, I thought about what I would do as deputy department head. Nimue was assigned department head assistant, as was the lieutenant's job to directly assist the department head. It had been a long time since I had worked alongside Nimue. It had been almost 40 years actually. We'd seen each other from time to time, but nothing more than an exchange of pleasantries. She often hung around with Katetsu-san and Rainjiku. I was glad she had found someone to hang around with. I first made an inspection of my new office to see if Kian and Sentaro had set it up to my expectations. They did a phenomenal job. When those two get fired up, they really got the job done well. With everything set up the way it was supposed to, I grabbed my lab coat out of the closet and put it on before heading out to the main research building. Since its construction, the Department of Development and Research has grown exponentially. Its size and stature make it comparable to some of the power plants and heavy industrial buildings I was used to being around when I was growing up. The technology had expounded profusely along with it. If only Urahara-san could be here to see his creation grown to this magnitude. I decided I'd grab a camera, take a few pictures and send him a postcard through Kyokaku at some point. As I entered the main office building, there was Nimue, sitting at the receptionist desk. She was absorbed in her work on the computer at the desk. I walked right up her. "Morning," I greeted. Nimue turned away from her computer and was shocked to see me. "Lelouch-sama. What, you didn't know I was coming today?" I asked. "Didn't the captain tell you about my promotion?" Nimue rose to her feet and bowed to me. "Ah, Mayuri-sama did say we were getting a new deputy head, but he did not say that it was you." I am very happy to see you, Lelouch-sama." "I as well to you," I responded. "It's very good to see you too, Nimue." "Nimue? Who are you talking to?" A crabby voice, of which I recognized, came over the intercom sitting on Nimue's desk. "Stop blathering and get back to work." "Sir, Lelouch-sama is here, our new deputy head." Nimue responded. Oh right, that's today, isn't it?" Yes, both of you come up to my office immediately. I suppose I'll have to do proper introductions, even if Lamperouge used to work around here." "Hi, I understand, Mayuri-sama," Nimue said and then looked towards me. "Please follow me, Lelouch-sama." I followed Nimue up the winding staircase to Kuratsuka Teiko's office. When I walked into the office, the stench of death filled my nostrils. Kuratsuka Teiko, surrounded by other division members, left whatever experiment he was engrossed in and exited the room to greet me. "Lamperouge Lelouch, it's such a wonder to see you again. It will be so nice to have a competent deputy head," Kuratsuka Teiko stated. "Good help is so hard to find these days. Nimue is barely of any use sometimes, and the last 3 deputy heads I've had have all wound up dead." "Actually, we've lost 4 of them, Mayuri-sama," Nimue corrected, Ayumi Rei, Ryasaki Vander, Shishimi Kin, and now Kozumimi. "Ah yes, I suppose since we're still picking apart the last one that I don't exactly consider her dead," Kuratsuka Teiko said, pushing his index finger into his forehead. "Wait, what do you mean picking apart?" I asked, crossly. "It's a said thing, the last 3. 4, I corrected. "Right, 4. The last 4 deputies I've had were so incompetent that they wound up dead from results of their own experiments. TCH, if I've said it once, I've said it 100 times, never undertake an experiment that you can't handle the worst case scenario of. I swear it was insanely difficult to scrape the last of the pieces of my last apprentice off the walls." Kuratsuka tilted his head. "I trust you won't make the same incompetent mistake, Lamperouge Lelouch. Of course, I'm not looking to research things that could potentially get me blown up. Just what has been going on here since I left." "Very good then," Kuratsuka Teiko sighed, "at least with modern science the remains don't go to waste. We've been using my last apprentice's remains to determine what went wrong with her experiment so that I might perhaps continue what she started, as I have continued and finished the failed experiments of my other now deceased apprentices. Speaking of which, Kozo Koga has sent another petition asking for his daughter's ashes so that they may be buried." Nimue spoke up. "Wait, father," I asked. "Kozu, male, adult, could this be the man I've been searching for? I didn't even know Deputy Head Kozu even had parents. They keep family matters under lock and key most of the time. TCH, again. Dear me, he is really starting to become a bother. Lamperouge, as your captain, I would like you to go to this annoying pest's house and explain to him that he will get his daughter's ashes when I am finished examining her body. Make him understand that we are working science here," Kuratsuka Teiko demanded. While I'm not too keen on preventing a parent to grieve over the loss of their child, I'm very interested in seeking out this Kozo Koga. Sure, where to? I asked. How in the 360 degrees of a circle should I know? Ask Nimue, she's the one who keeps getting the petitions. Kuratsuka Teiko stated. Now if you'll excuse me, I have science to discover. He went back in his office and shut the door. Same old Kuratsuka Teiko. I thought to myself. Well Nimue, care to show me these petitions? Hi, follow me, Lelouch-sama. Nimue stated. Siriti South Market. As it turned out, Kozo Koga was a discharged Soul Reaper. He had suffered a crippling injury in a battle with a hollow nearly 50 years ago, forcing him to use crutches to get around since his legs were almost useless. My suspicion about him lessened, but not by much. Even a former Soul Reaper could still hold important information. I entered the house since there was no door. Hello. From out of an adjoining room a man, wearing leg braces, walked out. He had a long beard that looked like it could use a shave. He looked at me. Yes. Are you Kozo Koga? I asked. I am. He said. Sir, my name is Lamperouge Lelouch. I'm with the Department of Development and Research. I'm here on behalf of my captain to speak with you about your recently deceased daughter Kozo Mimi. I told him. Sit, sit. He gestured eagerly. I sat down on a stool and he collapsed into the nearby easy chair. What news do you have for me? Are Mimi's ashes being sent to me? He asked. I've sent inquiry to Captain Kuratsuka 10 times, but he hasn't answered me until now. Oh, that's mature Teiko. I thought to myself. At least let the man know what you're doing. Well, unfortunately no. My captain is picking apart her corpse to try and learn how she wound up in such a sorry state to potentially continue her research in her place. Tests? He is running tests on my little girl. How can he? Kozo got indignant. Kozo-san, please try to remain calm. My captain is doing this for science. I am sure once he is finished that he will give you your daughter's ashes. If not, I will cremate the body myself and hand deliver them once he is complete. I said. How long must I wait? I have been waiting 3 months now. Kozo said irritably. That, I do not know. I will ask my captain and I will be back when I learn anything. I told him. Thank you Lamperouge-san, truly you are a kind and just soul to all. Kozo Koga told me. All that deserve it. I thought to myself. Still, this man is too frail and friendly to seem like the kind to commit murder. I guess it's interrogation time. Kozo-san, if you don't mind me asking, what happened to Mimi's mother? Kiria. I miss her so much. She passed away some time ago. Sometime like over a century ago. I asked. Oh, no. This had to be no less than 20. Kozo cried out. My sister died around that time though. Your sister did? I asked. Kozo wasn't the actor's name, it was the victim. Yes, her name was Kozo Mariko. I became a Soul Reaper because of her, at least until this happened. He gestured to his legs. So Kozo was the victim's maiden name then. Mariko, she was married before she died, right? So you know about that. Are you a friend of Tsun Kaname? She was rather close to her, I know. She spent a lot of time talking to him. Kozo told me. Bingo. Not particularly, however I am interested in what happened to her. Once this is over I'll geese Kozo to never remembering anything of our conversation outside his daughter. Kozo sighed. It was a little over 150 years ago. She was married to a man, a noble. My family used to be of nobility until Mariko was cast down and her husband robbed us of everything. She was a foolish girl. If only the marriage hadn't been arranged, perhaps she would have married Tsun Teiko. I see. So the marriage was arranged and they used to be nobles. The pieces are starting to fall into place. How well did you know Tsun Teiko? He was a young man, lived in the Siriti Market district for the time I knew him before Mariko was killed. Kozo stated. Yes, as I recall in an article Tyson Taeko wrote, he became a soul reaper on her honor to create the peaceful world that she had envisioned. She was cut down by her husband after she scolded him for killing a subordinate over something petty. I said. Yes, and he was not punished for his crimes either. Kozu became angry at the remembrance of that part of information. Is that man still alive, her husband? I asked. I believe so. Kozu said. His noble house still stands. He's also remarried and had a child, a son if I recall. Is he still a soul reaper? I asked. No, that much I know. He was discharged when a hollow sucked his spirit energy dry. Kozu told me. Interesting, I said, and then asked, do you remember the man's name? I do. It was a Tremere Redden. I grinned widely. I see, thank you very much, Kozu-san. I told him. It's no trouble, anything for the man who finally answered my prayers. Kozu told me. Good, then before I leave I need you to do one thing for me. I said and reached for my contact lens. What's that? Kozu asked me. I removed my contact lens and activated Geese. You will forget everything we discussed that did not relate to your daughter Mimi once I leave your house. Yes, Master Lelich. He said in monotone. Good, then I will be seeing you. I left the house and went back to my division. So what's next? Iin Tamashi asked. Do we go bursting into the Tremere Manor guns ablazing? No, we can't. I responded. Nobility has special protection and high security. With my ability I'd never be able to do it solo without being caught, even if I persuaded Nimue to join me. So then you'll have to get yourself a team, won't you? Iin Tamashi stated. That I will indeed. I replied and went back to the division. Private Technology Lab. It's been about 2 months since I met with Kozu Koga. Since my return to the department I've been hard at work on a project to create transformation wristbands made with the same technology as my hyperspace capsules. If I'm going to have a team at my side to help me uncover corruption, we're going to do it in style. Nimue and I are still close. It's as if nothing's changed between us since I left. However, one thing is very noticeable. I'm starting to notice Nimue suddenly showing random injuries and symptoms, scars on her wrists, circles around her eyes, pale skin. All of them are gone by the next day. Nimue won't tell me what's wrong, all she does is make excuses or pretend as if she has to be somewhere. Whatever's going on, she's afraid both for herself and for me if she won't speak with me. There aren't many people I know that can make her shut up in front of me. I can get a lot of things out of Nimue that most can't, same with Vera. Even after I left 10th Division the second time, Ishine Taeko would constantly call me to talk to her one-on-one if he found her being difficult. I still haven't found out why she won't open up to anyone. Speaking of Vera, I talked with Ishine Taeko about possibly transferring her to the 13th Division. Yukatake Taeko and the others were so good to me. I was certain they could get Vera to open up if they could. I don't know if it's me. Normally I can tell if a girl likes me, but I don't get that from Vera. I definitely think we're just friends. I think perhaps she somehow found someone who understands her. I haven't learned much about her over the years, she would still communicate in silence. I've only ever heard her speak twice. The first time was the day Akari Taeko died, when she vocalized that she wanted to hear my plan. The second time was when she bade goodbye to me when I was in my 2-month coma. Other than that I've never heard her speak. I spoke to Katetsu-san about it. Vera's medical records didn't show anything and I'd think twice before letting Kuratsuka Taeko experiment on her. I had no idea my captain was so twisted. 12th Division is going to be in need of a new captain at the rate he is going, because I will not stand for the torturing he is giving to live human beings. The screaming I've heard is unbearable, but good old Central 46 is turning a blind eye because all of his experiments have been filled out. Dear Britannia, we need some better ethical boundaries in this society. There are ethics in place already. Last month something called Project Spearhead was called off on ethical grounding. The project was the modifying of souls out of normal Jikengan. It came to light that these modified souls were to be used to reanimate dead corpses to battle hollows. It's nice to know I'm not needed to stop everything. Still, It would be nice for Central 46 to stop turning a blind eye to my captain's experiments. I swear on my life if I have to hear one more blood-curdling scream in the middle of the night, I'm geesing the man. I haven't already because I thought I could resolve this peacefully by throwing some reports on the Central 46's front table. How can you look at these reports and not do something about it? I had shouted when my request for warrant of investigation was turned down. Kuratsuka Taiko, unlike Aizen, didn't seem to care at all about his actions. It was much easier to finger him that it was Aizen. Deputy Head Resaker Lampuj Lelich, one of the members had told me, this is simply not enough to vindicate Kuratsuka Taiko of any wrongdoing. His experiments do not warrant investigation. He dissected a live human being while he was still breathing. I had yelled. Watch your tone. You are addressing superiors of High Council, Deputy Head Researcher. I had regained my composure and stood in place. We have read the reports. Kuratsuka Taiko's own experiment files overturn your accusations. Rest assured if Kuratsuka Taiko was acting outside ethical boundaries we would shut down his experiments like we did with Project Spearhead. Also do not forget that you are accusing a Captain Deputy Head Researcher. The Suteiko worked very hard to keep all divisions standing that abruptly lost their captains after the incident with Urahara Kisuk. Kuratsuka Taiko himself has given us substantial proof that he is fit to be a captain and that, were he to lose his position, his vice-captain, Kuratsuka Nimue, would be unfit to keep the squad from imploding. One accusation of unethical experiments, while the experiments themselves are a bit gory and rather hard to swallow, is not enough to warrant the dismissal and incarceration of Captain Kuratsuka that you seek. Bunch of aristocratic fools. I thought as I sat here working on my wristbands. As long as there isn't widespread panic you'll do anything to obstruct justice. I continued to work on the wristband until I finished it and not soon after that fell asleep at my desk. Awayoa. I bolted up to the sound of screaming. That sounded like Nimue. I grabbed my Zanpakuto, which was sitting by the nearby file cabinet and bolted towards the sound of the screaming. My, look at you so quick to play hero. Iin Tamashi teased. This is not the time for jokes. Nimue and I are like brother and sister. I'm not going to let something happen to her so long as I can stop it. I drew Iin Tamashi out of her scabbard and tried to track Nimue's spiritual pressure, having lost my sense of direction of how to track the source of the screaming. 5 seconds later another similar scream rang out and this one was close. I could sense Nimue just beyond a heavily locked door. It was protected by a heavy metal bar and a numerically encoded password. I drew a mental map of the department building in my head to remember which room this was. When I remembered I entered my identification code and the security lock came undone. I opened the latch, which required 6 precise motions to open, and then wrenched the door ajar to go inside. Nimue! I shouted. My, such a barbarian, I heard my captain's voice, I really thought you were better than that Lampuj Lelich. I took a moment to see the scene laid out in front of me. Nimue was on the ground, face down on the floor. Her arms were wrapped around her body and her legs were pulled in. She was twitching and had to be in immense pain. Her shiakusho was torn, fresh lacerations covered her body, mostly her back. An empty syringe lay on top of the table and Kuratsuka Taiko was holding another one as well. Alongside the empty syringe was a blood-covered machete. What in the world is going on here? I demanded to know. TCH. Really, must you raise your voice? My captain asked me. He acted as if nothing was wrong with this picture. What are you doing? I asked through gritted teeth. It's nothing too serious. Since the Central 46 has scrutinized my involuntarily experiments, I have to resort to other methods to get the job done. Kuratsuka Taiko replied, No, I don't have a clue what to call him right now. So you use Nimue? She's your vice-captain, your blood-born daughter and this is how you treat her. I growled. I don't see what you are getting so worked up about. If there were a problem she would complain. Kuratsuka Taiko stated. Don't you get it? She's afraid of you. She cows to authority because that's how I taught her. You don't care about her at all, do you? To you she's just a puppet, a tool for your experiments, isn't she? I was livid, No, I was past livid. There's not a word in my vocabulary to describe how infuriated and outraged I was feeling right now. I watched Mayuri pick his nose and fling the mucus on his finger halfway across the room. Pay attention to me when I'm talking to you. Really, is that how you dress your superiors? Mayuri asked me. Nimue will understand, if not I can force her to. I will not allow this to continue. You are no superior of mine. Not while you harm innocent people. I was at my breaking point with all the screaming I've had to hear since my return here, and then, you go and make Nimue into your next victim? I won't have it. And just what could you possibly do about it, Mayuri asked me. This. I said and removed both my contact and stared Mayuri straight in the eyes. Kuratsuke Mayuri, I, Lelich 6 Britannia command you. From this moment forth you shall never harm Nimue again. You will conduct all your experiments in an ethical manner befitting the standards a captain should uphold. And if anyone asks about your sudden change in behavior, you will tell them that you saw Nimue twitching and sprawled out on the ground as you experimented on her and were overcome with grief and decided to turn over a new leaf. You will obey my commands. Why in the da? Mayuri's facial structure became subdued and he looked at me with a deadpan look. Yes, Master Lelich, I will obey. Good. See to it. As I learned when I overwrote Shirley's history, when I gave complex orders that rewrote a person's entire mental structure, or when I do something that was vehemently against the person's morals, as with Euphemia, it takes a bit longer to kick in. Mayuri would probably be standing there in a daze for a good few minutes while my geese overwrote years upon years of mania to make him a less horrifying person. He'd still probably act like a complete freak, invading people's personal spaces and being a complete and utter satanic prick. My orders were specific: do not harm Nimue, conduct experiments in an ethical fashion, and I added an excuse as to why Mayuri made this sudden switch. While he was in a daze, I got Nimue up off the ground and helped her to an unused lab room. I helped her gently onto her stomach on top of the table and began to get some ointment to heal her wounds. Nimue cried out when I rubbed the ointment on her back. It was a natural reaction though, the stuff I was using was highly chemical and very cold, but it would treat her wounds rather quickly. Lelich-sama. Nimue wheezed weakly. Shhh, I stroked a part of her back where there wasn't any damage. Everything is going to be alright. I'm going to make you better, Nimue. I just put some healing ointment on you, don't worry, I won't do to you what your father did. Nimue tried to speak, but wound up heaving over the side of the table. I got a cloth and wiped her mouth for her. I didn't want her to move. I suppose I'll do a toxicity screening later. It took me a good 5 hours straight to completely heal Nimue. Her wounds scabbed over and I drained all of the poison out of her system using highly advanced equipment. I even removed an embryo that, upon analysis, was pure hollow DNA. Mayuri had been attempting to grow a hollow inside of Nimue's body. Reparable body or not, there are some things you do not do. I was now in my bedroom and I had Nimue laid out on the couch, fast asleep with a blanket over her, while I sat in front of the coffee table filling out a report. I had paid a visit to the security room to have the tape destroyed of the recording of mine and Mayuri's little exchange earlier, only to remember that the incident had occurred in his private lab that only the top 5 ranking officers had access to and no cameras were installed to constitute privacy. Which means the only one who now knows about geese, and my real name, besides me, is Nimue. I thought as I looked over to her on the couch. It had been about 2 hours since I had healed her. She had been out for 90 minutes of that. With the way the natural sleep cycle worked, Nimue would awaken within 5 to 15 minutes. I looked at the clock on the wall. It was 2 o'clock in the morning. I'd have to go most of tomorrow without sleep most likely. Looks like I'll be paying a regular visit to the coffee machine. I thought to myself. After 7 minutes Nimue stirred and woke up. I made sure I was right next to her when she did. She sat up and looked at me. She was still wearing her torn shiakusho. I didn't have it in me to change her clothes or go through her dresser. I had no idea what I might find. Lelich-sama. She looked at me. How are you feeling? I asked her as I sat down on the couch next to her. Nimue laid her head against my shoulder. I am confused. I knew she'd have questions. What do you want to know? Nimue picked her head up and looked at me. You taught me to bow to authority, but, you defied Mayuri-sama, told him and, were able to make him agree not to harm me ever again. Why? I did it for 2 reasons. The first is something I never got the chance to teach you. When a member of authority orders something that goes against everything you stand for, it is okay for you to question authority, sometimes act against it. I told Nimue. I do not understand. She replied. I don't expect you to. I pat her head. It's something that is very complicated to understand. You don't have to change, you're fine the way you are, but you can start by having some self-respect for yourself. I understand. I will start having some self-respect for myself. Nimue replied. The second reason, I said, and I put my hands on Nimue's shoulders. I did it because I care about you, Nimue. You said I was like an older brother to you. What kind of older brother figure would I be if I didn't take care of my little sister? Nimue actually smiled. You are right about that, Lelouch-sama. She nuzzled into my embrace and I hugged her. I'm sure you want to know about what I said and how I pulled that off, don't you? I asked. Nimue shook her head. That doesn't matter to me. You have always been kind to me, Lelouch-sama, and I am just grateful that you protected me. Mayuri-sama, what you saw, it was all him, he. I stroked Nimue and shushed her. It's all right. That's over now. He'll never hurt you again. I made sure of it. However, you cannot tell anyone what happened. I would not dream of mentioning it. I don't want to remember all of that pain. Nimue responded. I held her more closely. Nimue was now sitting on the couch on her knees with her arms and head placed along my chest, hands gently placed upon my shoulders. I had one of my hands stroking the back of her head, the other holding her body to me. It's all right. You don't have to. After a moment of silence I said to her. I'm so glad you are safe. I am glad to have been saved by you. Nimue responded. She pushed down on my shoulders and propped herself up, bringing her face inches from mine. I was surprised when her lips reached mine. Nimue pulled away after a few seconds. Lelouch-sama, what's wrong? What do you mean? I asked. Is it not normal to kiss someone who saved your life that you have deep emotions towards? Nimue asked. Deep emotions? I asked. What I feel towards you, I don't know if I could consider you a brother anymore. It would feel unholy. I don't know how to describe it. I don't know the extent of my feelings, but I felt as if kissing you was okay, unless you object. Nimue stated. No, I responded and kissed her back, it's perfectly fine. I cared a lot about Nimue too. I don't know the extent of my feelings towards her, but what I feel about her runs deep. Nimue, at her own request, stayed with me that evening, just to feel secure, as she put it. She slept in my bed. We didn't do anything, just sleep. I will always protect you, Nimue. Always. Chapter 28, Lelouch's Sorting Algorithm of Hollows. Third-person POV. It had been 3 years since Lelouch had geased Mayuri into submission. The rather twisted captain still maintained his rather quirky and satanic personality, but for 3 years there hadn't been any screaming sounding through the research halls or bruises or blemishes inflicted upon Nimue, except for the one time she accidentally banged her knee against her desk as she got up in a hurry. The vice-captain had remained 100% faithful to Lelouch because of what he did for her. Many members of the squad, plus Ranjika, who saw Nimue regularly at the Soul Reaper Women's Association meetings, speculated more than just a working relationship between the deputy department head and the vice-captain. When news of such rumors reached the offices of the CRIDI Communication, the reporters immediately sensed a scoop. However, Lelouch refused to comment, and Nimue merely stated the facts, that she and Lelouch were in a working relationship and were like siblings to each other. No development past that had occurred thus far. In recent months Lelouch finished the wristbands he had been dedicated to finishing. He completed his work twice as fast with Nimue assisting him. He then passed the box of them to Kyokaku, through Nimue. Kyokaku then passed off the box to So iPhone and Yoriyuki. The two women delivered it to the Urahara shop, who was being paid quite a handsome sum out of Lelich's own pocket to put the finishing touches on the devices. To Lelich's surprise, part of the sum was sent back to him with a note that said, "Consider this a friendship and life-saving discount." In recent years, Renji ratcheted himself up to 9th seat within the 11th division. Rukia made her way to 7th seat under Kaion's guidance. Izuru had shifted divisions yet again, this time to 3rd division under Captain Ichimaru, where he became an 11th seat. Shihei rose in rank to 5th seat, making him the chief editor of the Shirai Communication. As a courtesy to Izuru, who Shihei considered a friend, as chief editor of the paper, Shihei published some of Izuru's haikus in the Shirai Communication. They were instantly popular. It was Tsun himself who had declared Shihei fit to be a senior officer, hence why the slightly inexperienced Shihei had only been a Soul Reaper for 11 years now. Male had risen in ranks so quickly. Tsun commented that Shihei could be looking at vice-captaincy within the next decade or so if he applied himself. Susanna rose in rank to 4th seat after her predecessor died gloriously in battle. Rangiku also made her way to the exact same rank in her own division. Ishine, right now, was the only captain without a vice-captain. Yamamoto pressured him to find one so the Shirai could be put back in fully functioning order, but Ishine said he had looked at all of the candidates and didn't see anyone who jumped out at being worthy for the position for the time being. Although things were proceeding as normal for the Godai, many things were happening behind the scenes, including Lelich's investigation into Aizen's potential parasitic hollow. Kyukaka was still looking for reported sightings, but so far there was no luck. To further his own research, Lelich was currently studying hollow anatomy. He'd go out into the field of reported hollow sightings, with Nimue and a few other researchers at his side, and study hollow attack patterns and abilities related to their physical features. His captain applauded Lelich's tenacity for such research, often commenting how it was disappointing that he couldn't be out there with him, and also making remarks how it would be more interesting if the hollows actually ate some of the division members and how injuries would prove to be worth researching. From these comments, Lelich realized a loophole in his orders. While Mayuri himself couldn't conduct unethical experiments or order others to do it in his place, he could thrive on the idea. Lelich found a bit of dark humor in how this sort of made his captain all talk. The point of Lelich's research was to ultimately create a bio program on his lab computer that could pretty much allow him to create a virtual hollow. He had spent hours upon hours of this line of research for every day of every week of every month for the last 3 years. He was incredibly close to completing the algorithms. There were only a few, rare hollow species that he needed to find in order to complete his research. Things had gotten to the point where Lelich could afford to cut back on the amount of people he needed to where he only needed Nimue and 2 volunteers, since he had built tech to replace the need for live assistance. If Lelich didn't need anything on the type of hollow he encountered, it was a simple matter of having Nimue take it out with Hakuda or him using a single Kido spell to be done with it. If he encountered a hollow he needed something from, then the fun started. His 2 volunteers would bait the hollow, engage it, while Lelich took notes on the hollow's abilities and form, using his tech to observe it from a safe distance as he drew sketches and took high-definition digital photographs. If the hollow got too close for comfort, or if Lelich finished his analysis, Nimue would leap into action and exterminate the hollow. Lelich was happy to have quite the competent and efficient fighter along for this excursion without the need to fall back on a combat expert from the 11th division. It allowed for a lot less paperwork. Lelich wasn't worried of Aizen getting a hold of his research and realizing Lelich's intentions with it. How could he know? Lelich figured. If anyone took a look at Lelich's research, they would see that he was doing a great service to the Soul Society as a whole. If his research was completed, it would become possible to identify hollows by groups and families, clusters, ability and rank simply by their appearance. New class, Hollow Theory 101. Lelich had mused to himself on more than one occasion. It was definitely true that his research would make for quite the interesting study material. However, while his research was vastly beneficial to the Soul Society, it would still be largely incomplete. Lelich's research only accounted for hollows below the Jillian class. He was not going to risk a whole platoon just to get information on Minos composition and nature. His report would say as such that his work was not guaranteed to hold true for Minos Grande. What the report wouldn't say is that Lelich was unconcerned with the Minos altogether. He was convinced that Aizen's prototype symbiotic hollow would be a high-class hollow without reaching Minos territory. Lelich was currently in his office, as he had been for the past week, taking the time to analyze his data and start writing his Build a Hollow virtual program. He had enough information to build a thorough database, but not enough to fully complete it. However, once the program was built, Lelich would be able to determine if he had enough reference points to speculate what Aizen's hollow would look like or how it would be parasitic. As Lelich worked, there was a buzz from the intercom. "Lelich-sama, Kyan-sama is here to see you," Nimue said to him. Lelich wondered what his neighboring division's second-in-command would want with him, but considering Kyan's connection to Kyokaku, he wasn't about to look a gift horse in the mouth. "Send him to me," Lelich responded. Kyan arrived at Lelich's office within 2 minutes. "Hey there, Mr. Deputy Department Head, how are you?" Kyan greeted. "Working diligently. I don't really have the time for a social call at the moment," Lelich said curtly. "I'll be brief then," Kyan said. "I know you and my sister are out looking for a specific kind of hollow, and you yourself are also trying to put together this algorithm to determine how hollows work and all. Get to the point, Kyan-san," Lelich stressed. "Right, so I sent Miyako and a couple of other officers on reconnaissance. We've heard word of a new kind of hollow roaming about, causing a panic. Whatever information we receive, I just wanted to let you know that we'll send the reports to you, in case it helps," Kyan told him. "A hell butterfly would have been quicker than coming here on your own 2 feet," Lelich stated abruptly as he continued to type with his keyboard sounding like machine gun fire. "Saw right through that, didn't you?" Kyan asked, dropping the friendly overtones. "It's just, I have a really bad feeling about this, Lelich, so does Rukia. What if this hollow is the hollow you and my sister are looking for? All the teams that have gone after it have been vanquished. No one's reported back alive to give detail. I don't want Miyako to wind up amongst the casualties. She's a third seat and she's capable, but she's also my wife. I'm just concerned." Lelich stopped typing and looked at his comrade. "What do you want me to do?" he asked. Kyan scratched his head. "I know this is kind of irregular, and sounds so much better in my head than out loud, but is there any chance you could take some mobile lab equipment with you and set up a station in our division? It'll just be until Miyako gets back. You want me to be able to analyze data on the spot. You want to be able to act on a dime in the case of an emergency. On the off chance that this really is the hollow I've been looking for, you want to be able to know how to approach it so you don't end up a victim," Lelich said. Kyan merely nodded. Lelich saved his work and shut his machine down. "Well, lucky for you, I'm not stubborn as to not act on someone's gut feeling. If there's a chance that this is the hollow I've been looking for, you can be sure I want to be on site. However, if I'm going to be on site, I want the VIP treatment," Lelich joked. Kyan laughed. 3 years and you haven't changed a single bit from being cooped up in a lab all day. No problem, buddy. Lelich responded with a slight nod and then buzzed the intercom to tell Nimue to grab certain pieces of equipment and make her way to the 13th Division. Nimue complied and told him she would meet him there. By sunset, Lelich was fully set up in an empty room within the 13th Division. There were so many cables strung about that it was impossible to get from the door to Lelich without stepping on one. Thankfully most had very low tension, so there wasn't much of an issue. Lelich had just started working, and by this point putting the finishing touches on his program when Kyan threw the door open. "Lelich-senpai, come quick, trouble!" she cried out. Lelich followed her to where Kyan, Rukia, Yukatake, and a few other Soul Reapers were huddled around an unconscious Miyako. "What happened?" Lelich asked. Kyan sighed. "Miyako is the only one who made it back. The rest of the reconnaissance team is reportedly wiped out." "I see," Lelich said. He was thankful that Miyako had made it back in one piece. However, as he looked over her body, something struck him as odd. "If there was a fight, don't you think Miyako should at least be injured?" he said. "Lelich, what are you saying?" Kyan got irritated. "Frankly, I don't know at the moment. However, I already have a full database on hollows that drain spirit energy. That is the only thing that could have left Miyako unconscious without any wounds. If I could please have some room, Lelich excused his way forward. Someone kill the lights, he requested. His request was carried out. Nimue, he called, blacklight. Hi. Nimue handed him said object. What are you going to do with that? Yuka-Take asked. Hollows that drain spirit energy leave an ultraviolet mark on their victims. This can show me where she was attacked and how. If this is our mystery hollow though, no marks will show, unless she was attacked from behind. Lelich scanned the black light over Miyako's body, carefully noting the complete lack of markings. Kyan-san, I need to examine her back. Kyan turned Miyako on her side so Lelich could check for markings on her backside. No such things appeared. Lights. Lelich said. The lights came back on. No markings, what does this tell you, Lelich? Yuka-Take asked him. It means that this is indeed the work of our mystery hollow. I'd like to have Miyako in my room for examination. Also, the hollow may come back this way. It might feel bold enough that it believes it can break through an entire division and eliminate the only Soul Reaper to bear witness to it and live. Also, there's a chance it might have done something to Miyako. If she awakens, there's no guarantee she won't turn hostile. Some hollows have that ability, and that's a database I still haven't quite finished yet. I'll set up watch around the perimeter. Sentaro, Kian, please watch over Lelich and Kuratsuka Fukutaiko. Yuka-Take instructed. What about Vera? Lelich asked. I'd feel rather comfortable with her around. Kyan sucked in a pained breath, realizing the problem. What did I say? Vera was part of that reconnaissance unit, Lelich. Rukia told him. Lelich turned wide-eyed. Vera's dead? He shook his head from side to side. No, I'm not about to break down. Lelich took a deep breath and kept his composure. I will cease being traumatized by the loss of close comrades. I see. Lelich stated aloud. Lelich, I'm sorry I didn't tell you sooner. Kyan apologized. He figured Lelich might blame himself for Vera's death since he was the one who requested her transfer, but Kyan knew that if anyone were to be blamed it should be him for sending Vera out on the mission. Yuka-Take knew however that the hollow was to be blamed for Vera's death and that no one should start slandering the other. Both men stayed silent of such thoughts however. The only thing Lelich said was, you couldn't have known that this is how things would turn out. He then gestured to Nimue to follow him back to his makeshift lab. Lelich secured a few mechanisms to Miyako's wrists and her head. He also latched her feet to the floor on the off chance she turned hostile. Nimue kept guard directly over Lelich. She would not see harm come to him while she was fit to do anything about it. She put herself on full alert. Lelich continued to work on his program and saved after every little thing he did. If Miyako turned hostile there was no chance she wouldn't attack him or damage his program in her aggression. His elephantine memory would be a substantial backup on the off chance things were damaged, but it would be an annoyance if he had to retype any amount of the program. At the same time, the Division Watch was discussing all of the events that had played up thus far. Hey, did you hear the Vice Captain called for Lelich's assistance? Really? Lelich is back? I had no idea. Apparently the Vice Captain thinks he can help with the hollow that attacked Miyako-san. I hope she's okay. Relax, Lelich is looking after her. That guy is a genius, I'm sure she'll be fine. Still, she lost her entire unit and I heard that Silent Girl, Vera, was part of it. Really, the goth chick? That's what I heard. Still, that Vera gal is so creepy, maybe her Zanpakuto lets her come back from the dead or something. The laughter that ensued afterwards was cut off by the rustling of leaves. The men turned towards the source of the noise. From out of the bushes, bleeding like crazy from head to toe, missing both an eye and a hand, leaves clinging to her damaged Shiakusho and panting over and over, was Vera. Vera-sama. An alert was sent out and Lelich immediately saved his work and left his post to check up on his supposed-to-be dead comrade. Move. He shouted and began unloading several injections of blood-clotting serum into Vera's veins. Ellie, louch. Vera wheezed on the blood in her throat when she realized it was him. Vera, don't talk, you're going to be all right. Lelich told her. I will not fail again, I won't lose another comrade. Vera gripped his Shiakusho tightly with her hand. Shiba-sama, Vera, you don't need to talk. I can understand you fine when you don't talk. Lelouch told her. Vera understood her comrade and instead used the blood pouring from her body and wrote Miyako's name in kanji on his sleeve with her finger. Lelouch, seeing this, looked at Vera closely, who shut and mimicked the face of someone being in immense pain. Lelouch perfectly understood what was going on by that point. He sent out a Hell Butterfly to 4th Division, requesting assistance for Vera. He ran back to his lab to find his terminal trashed and Miyako gone. He ejected the backup CD from the damaged terminal and asked Nimue to set things up with the spare he had set up behind the bookcase. Time was of the essence. He knew Kyan well enough that he would go after Miyako, stating her honor to have been defiled. Lelouch had to analyze the situation right and proper, or run the risk of Kyan meeting the same fate as his wife. It was time for the young self-proclaimed chess master to put his algorithm to the test. At this same time, Kyan and the others were finding out about Miyako's fate. Kyan chased after the fiend that he believed to have taken control of his wife. Yukatake boldly went with him and requested Rukia join the two of them. He turned towards Sentaro and Kian. Mobilize the squad to battle stations. Check on Lelouch and see if he's alright. If he's uninjured, I want to hear word from him. He's a hollow expert and we'll need all the information we can. Yes, sir. Both division members ran off and split up. While Sentaro rallied the division, Kian went to check on Lelouch. She found him in the room the squad had rented out to him, working diligently on rebooting his program. She saw the wreck around him. Lelouch, the captain asked us to make an inquiry on your status. Kian announced. I'm uninjured for the moment. I just came back from overseeing Vera's status. I'm assuming the alert reached the captain. Lelouch stated. Yes, sir. Kian stated. Also, Miyako-san. I'm well aware of what's become of Miyako. Right now I'm about to test my algorithm and see if I can't properly analyze the enemy. Kian relaxed a small amount. She knew it was just like Lelouch to be one step ahead of everyone else. Lelouch got to work as he started up the program. Miyako wasn't injured. Vera was. I know Vera well enough. The Hollow possessed Miyako and then attacked everyone else, just as it probably attacked other Soul Reapers in order to goad the captain and Kyan after it. It's like with Grand Fisher, this Hollow was given superior artificial intelligence to the rank and file. Lelouch thought as he analyzed the situation and began entering parameters. However, using the ultraviolet scan, I didn't depict any sort of markings to indicate any drainage of spirit energy, which means the Hollow didn't drain Miyako's energy at all. It's as if it simply became her. Looking at Vera, I can gather what happened next. While in Miyako's body, the Hollow wiped out the rest of the unit. However, it has to be able to shed the body it has possessed, otherwise we would have heard reports of rogue Soul Reapers rather than a mysterious Hollow. However, going by Vera's injuries, it has to have some form of combat ability. Miyako's Zanpakuto can't do the kind of damage Vera sustained on its own. Lelouch's typing slowed and he had a realization. That's it. The situation of what happened began to play out in his head as he typed away at the keys once more. Vera had been attacked first by the oncoming Hollow, however she was clearly outmatched. When the Hollow tried to possess her, Miyako had become a willing victim in order to protect Vera. Vera, not quite understanding of her surroundings, possibly having lost her eye before Miyako intervened, was then attacked by the woman she trusted and presumed dead with her injuries. Vera, your tenacity is going to be what keeps everyone else alive. Lelouch thought to himself. He only knew about less than half a dozen ways Hollows could do such precise injuries, such as gouging out someone's eyeball. However, as Lelouch took a mental snapshot of Vera's condition, he remembered seeing no indication of the attack being through and through or at an angle. Which means the Hollow went straight at her eye with a fine pointed strike. Lelouch continued entering the parameters and also entered the potentiality of being able to destroy a Zanpakuto. If Aizen did indeed develop an anti-Soul Reaper Hollow, I cannot discredit this possibility. After he was done, Lelouch hit the calculate button to see what his algorithm would generate. He was given only one potential anatomical structure. Nimue, print this. He commanded. He grabbed the printout and was out the door. Ah, Lelouch-sama, where are you going? Nimue asked. I have to help Kyan-san, Yuka-take Taiko, and Rukia. He said. He looked over the printout he had grabbed as he made his way towards where he sensed Yuka-take, Kyan, and Rukia's Ryotsu. Oh damn it. He swore when he read his computer's analysis of the Hollow's tentacles. Oh damn it, do not let me be late. He picked up speed with Shunpo. Damn it. He swore again and drew out his sword. Rally and motivate, Iin Tamashi. Lelich cast aside his documents, wrapped himself up in his cane. He reappeared right in the thick of the battlefield where a 5% difference in anatomy of the Hollow Lelich's computer had generated was battling with an unarmed Kyan. He watched as the Hollow's tentacles built up in a bunch upon its back. Oh like hell you are. Lelich held out a straight arm. Hado 33, Sakasui. He fired the Kido straight at the Hollow, blasting some of the tentacles off of it and causing the Hollow to retreat, having taken a pretty nasty injury. It would be back soon, but it would give Lelich time to give Kyan an analysis of the situation. Of course, rather than being grateful for being saved, Kyan whacked Lelich across the face and held him up by the lapels of his Shiakusho. Lelich, why did you interfere? He shouted. Excuse me, Lelich commented coldly, don't act like you wanted to die back there. I had him right where I wanted him. Kyan growled. Drop your testosterone level about 5 clicks and you'll realize just how stupid that sounds given the situation. I just saved your life. You can act a little more grateful. That Hollow is going to be back. If you want to have your revenge without losing your life, you'd better listen to me because I don't have a lot of time. Lelich responded calmly. Kyan put him down. Talk. He said. I just put my algorithm to the test. If I hadn't stepped in just now you would have wound up just like Miyako, a puppet on that Hollow's strings. The only way to kill the Hollow would be to kill you. Do you really think anyone would want that on their conscience? Lelich asked with a glare. Kyan realized the point Lelich was making. I lost someone very dear to me because of their desire for revenge on the honor of the woman she loved. I'm not going to let history repeat itself while I can still do something about it. Lelich declared. I'm sorry I didn't get here sooner. Perhaps you'd still be able to use Nijibana if I had. I'll take out that thing with my bare hands if I need to. Kyan said. Just tell me how I can win. Lelich could see that direct interference would only anger Kyan into feeling inept and unable to defend and avenge Miyako's honor. Lelich took a deep breath. Alright, listen to me then and you'll make it out of this alive. While Lelich and Kyan discussed the finer points of strategy, Metastasia healed his wounds, dealt to him by Lelich and went back out into the open to slaughter him and Kyan, or better yet take command of one and use him to kill the other. The very idea made Metastasia tingle with glee. Hey you! Ugly! Metastasia heard the voice of the Soul Reaper he had failed to possess call out to him. He looked up to see Kyan in the treetops. You want me, come and get me you rejected horror film monster! Angered Metastasia chased after Kyan. Hollows are incredibly prideful, taunt them and they'll give chase. Kyan remembered Lelich's tip-off. The 13th Division Vice Captain deftly used Shunpo to lead the tentacle-backed Hollow into a narrow path. Trees surrounded them on either side, making the battlefield quite linear. Your enemy is rather large. If you can lead him to an enclosed space it'll make it hard for him to move around freely. Your speed and much smaller frame will give you a great advantage. Kyan remembered Lelich's advice. Metastasia attacked Kyan with his tentacles to ensnare the vice captain only for Kyan to turn and attack with a blade. Metastasia's tentacles were cut off and Kyan stood, holding a katana. That's impossible. I destroyed your Zanpakuto's blade. Metastasia was baffled. A Soul Reaper's Zanpakuto could not recover itself unless the wielder lost consciousness. There was no way this Soul Reaper had been knocked unconscious long enough for his Zanpakuto to recover and then shaken awake and still have the combat capacity to face him head-on. You underestimate the power of Soul Reapers, or perhaps your ability isn't as absolute as you thought. Kyan taunted. He swung his blade with both hands and took a stance to face the scum that killed his wife. Metastasia growled and attacked Kyan with his tentacles. Kyan cut them away with the blade in his hand. Blasted Soul Reaper! Metastasia sharpened his tentacles to the consistency of spear tips. Lelich's words rang in Kyan's head. Watch out for when he sharpens those tentacles on his back, the attacks will come in rapid fire at that point. Bakudo 39, in Kosen. Kyan protected himself from Metastasia's attacks. He then shunpoed around to Metastasia's right flank and leapt at a nearby tree and pushed of the trunk for leverage. Kyan took a sweeping arc strike and severed of Metastasia's tentacles that were still attacking his Kido shield before using the hollow's back to push himself into another leap and landing on top of a sturdy tree branch. He about face and turned towards Metastasia, who was severely damaged by Kyan's assault. Blood dripped from his severed tentacles. "Damn you, you filthy Soul Reaper!" Metastasia shouted. "That's my line, you putrid hollow!" Kyan shouted as he swung the sword he was holding out at his side, shaking some of the blood off of it. "I told you before that you would pay for what you did to Miyako. I will make good on that declaration." Metastasia laughed in disbelief. "You think that I'll listen to you? I am the ultimate bane of Soul Reapers. You cannot defeat me. I will make you suffer." Metastasia attacked Kyan in an attempt to possess him. When he tries to possess you, he will be at his most vulnerable. Kido is effective on the tentacles. Don't even try to cut them, you'll run the risk of ending up like Miyako. Kyan put away the sword he had and held up his hands so that his wrists touched each other and his knuckles were bent. Hado 73, Soren Sakasui. What? Metastasia looked up in horror as his tentacles were destroyed. After that, all that's left is the coup de grace. As Metastasia's body fell into a disjointed mass of pieces, Kyan walked straight up to his head, glaring down at the hollow. He held his hand in front of him. With this blow, it ends. Kyan gathered red energy in his palm. Hado 31, Shakkeiho. He shot Metastasia right between the eyes. The mask dissolved and the rest of the body went with it. "Miyako, I avenged you," Kyan thought to himself. "Kyan Dano." Rukia's voice called out. "Kyan Fukotaiko." Sentaro and Kian could be heard. All three came running up towards the squad vice captain, with Lelich and Yukatake along with them. Lelich was beaming. "I told you he'd be fine," he told the formerly worried seated officers. He walked casually up to Kyan. Rukia was the first to notice the sword sheathed at Kyan's side. She saw how the handle was vibrant red. "Kyan Dano, that's Zanpakuto." Oh right." He unsheathed it and sent it spinning lightly through the air where the tip sank into the ground in front of Lelich's feet. "You can have that back." "Thanks," Lelich said and tossed Kyan's own bladeless Zanpakuto towards him. "If it doesn't recover on its own, you should stop by our division. We have ways of repairing broken Zanpakuto now." "Wait, this was the strategy you came up with?" Rukia asked. "I thought you didn't want anyone's help so you could defend Miyako-san's honor." Lelich didn't help Kyan, Yukatake stated. "Not in a way to detract from Kyan's honor at least." Lelich had full belief in Kyan's ability to win on his own. His aid was verbal. He was supporting him and giving him strategy. By lending Kyan his Zanpakuto, he allowed the hollow to doubt its own superiority. "It wasn't a huge problem with me." Once Kyan explained that the hollow's Zanpakuto destruction could only occur once a night, I handed him Iin Tamashi without hesitation. He needed a blade and I was more than willing to lend him mine since I was content with not partaking in the fight. Lelich responded. Lelich provided me with information he knew about the hollow and some tricks to turn the tide in my favor. The rest of the fight was still up to me to win or lose. Kyan answered. "Which you won, and it also proves my algorithm to be a success. It saved the life of a vice captain." Lelich seemed proud of his accomplishment. "It did indeed at that. Does this mean that your algorithm would be considered complete?" Yukatake asked. "Mostly. The prediction it made on this particular hollow was 95% accurate." Lelich responded. "I see. How long do you think it will take before it is fully completed?" Yukatake asked. "It depends on how much help I have to complete it." Lelich responded. "But I only need 5 specific hollow types for it to be fully functional." "Why do you ask?" "Kurosaka Teiko is still looking for a vice captain. Given the events of tonight, I think you'd be a remarkable candidate for such things. Yucatec complimented. It's very kind that you would say that, but don't forget that I'm in a different division now. Lelich said. I haven't forgotten, but I hope you haven't forgotten that captains are allowed to pick qualified Soul Reapers just as much as Soul Reapers are allowed to apply for their position. I know that the 10th Division is home to some sorrowful memories for you, but for the sake of the Godii, I would hope you could let go of the pain for the sake of the greater good. You are a remarkable Soul Reaper, Lelich. I've watched you grow over the last 80 years. I believe you would be perfect to serve as a vice-captain. Yucatec praised. Thank you, but finishing this algorithm is very important to me and I can only do that with the research department's equipment. However, when I finish, Lelich smiled, I'd be more than happy to take that position if Ashiin Teiko would accept me. Yucatec smiled and with a few slight nods to the others everyone headed back to the division together. That night of horrors ended, but the repercussions lingered for a long time after. 1 month after that night, a small memorial service was held for Miyako. Rukia, Yucatec, and Lelich all attended. After 5 months, Lelich completed his algorithm and was applauded for his ingenuity. Lelich was offered a chance to join the Central 46 due to his intellectual grandeur. He showed the proper respect in rejecting the offer. His letter said, To the congregation of the Central 46. I am honored that you would consider asking me to become a part of your ranks. However, my purpose, my place as it were, is amongst the ranks of the Godii. I have a dream that can only be accomplished by being a soldier. I feel I can be of more use with the sword than with words. Thank you anyway. Sincerely. Lamperouge Lelich. 3rd Seat of Division 12. Deputy Department Head of the Department of Research and Development. What his letter basically amounted to, and the thoughts that had gone through Lelich's head at the time were, fuck you. Go to hell. This is what you get for sentencing Urahara Kisuk to exile and letting my pleas for bringing Kuratsukima Yuri to trial fall on deaf ears. The Central 46, while disappointed, were understanding, and respectful of Lelich's desires. Lelich did however, 2 months after that, wind up as Kurosaki Ashiin's lieutenant. The next academic year, Basic Hollow Understanding was added to the curriculum. It was a joint effort of Lelich and the head captain to make it happen. As a result of the research's success and practicality, a large budget increase was added to the Department of Research and Development, much to Kuratsukima Yuri's pleasure. An article in the paper was published about Lelich's research after he was interviewed by none other than Hisagi Shihei. Most of the answers to Shihei's questions Lelich had prepared in advance. He concealed the truth rather well, making his research out to be a desire to protect the weak and save lives. Since knowing is half the battle, I felt part of that knowing should include understanding the enemy's power. For the weak it is a tool of survival. For the strong it is a tool of assistance. What about the Squad 11 members? Don't you feel as if some would consider your research pointless? Shihei had asked. My research is for those that need it. People like Zaraki Teiko can afford to not have to worry about how to take down an enemy. They just can. Lelich had responded. Aizen had seen the article himself. He began to wonder if perhaps he was wrong about Lelich. It was true that there was a chance that Lelich could be lying, that all of his research was for the benefit of the Soul Society, but Lelich had never done anything overt to get in the man's way. The only one who had was Zero, the blasted phantom Soul Reaper that Aizen could find little to no information on. He was Aizen's main focus and the lack of information he could find was driving him mad with frustration. It was as if the entity known as Zero only existed to get in his way. He had saved Urahara Kisuk, who was no doubt squandering in a section of the world of the living somewhere, and he had also driven Hisuna out of his division. It was true that Lelich had saved Shibukayan, whose death Aizen had planned to use to drive Kukaki Rukia into a deep depression to which, at a later date, would benefit his master plan, and had also protected Hinamori Momo, Kira Izuru, Kukaki Rukia, and Abarai Renji and won their affection, but Aizen could not, with absolute certainty, place that upon an inner hatred Lelich had for him. After all, it was he who brought Lelich to the Soul Society in the first place. All the aforementioned individuals were friends of the now famous Soul Reaper, so the reason could have mostly been played to Lelich acting in good faith towards his friends. Aizen found Lelich to be a mystery. He read Lelich's psychological profile time and again, but there was nothing that suggested Lelich to be the diabolical mastermind he was on the inside. What Eisen didn't know was that, at the time of joining the Shino Academy, Lelich was already atoning for sins he had committed, with noble intentions, while he was alive. Eisen could not understand how Lelich could go through such heart-wrenching events such as losing Akari Teiko, being betrayed by So-iPhone, of whom he considered a close friend, and losing Homura Teiko, of whom many speculated she and Lelich had something going on between them, and not grow to hate the Soul Society as Kaname did. Unfortunately for Eisen, he had a piece of the puzzle that was a falsehood, So-iPhone betraying Lelich. If he knew that, in reality, Lelich knew about the truth that occurred when Hirako Teiko and the others were extradited from the Soul Society, he would think of things differently. He also didn't know that Lelich was the one who had originally investigated the eye cells. As far as he knew, and anyone else for that matter, it was the Shibas who had helped Byakuya uncover the truth behind his parents' deaths. While such matters were impossible to link back to Eisen, only Hashima, it embittered Eisen in a way that he sent Metastasia after Shibukayan, to shake their resolve. Another piece of the puzzle Eisen did not have was that Hashima had blabbed about their connection to each other to Lelich. He also had no idea that Homura Yuna had passed on all her investigative materials to Lelich. He had seen Homura's documents when he ransacked her office the day she died. Hashima had been bitter about Lelich sniffing him out and therefore wanted the boy dead. Eisen took that moment to his advantage. He remembered how gullible Kurosaki Asahine had been when he mentioned he merely needed something from Yuna's office and he would get it himself. Eisen knew that Yuna didn't have anything to directly tie him to Hashima or the Urahara Kisuke incident. Whatever power she had to lock him up was in her testimony and he had done away with that. He had no idea about Yuna's diary and the secrets that had been in it. He had discovered that Yuna had found about Hashima's connection to him all on her own. Or rather, he heard about it from Hashima. He had no idea Yuna had a written record, in her diary, about their connection. And so, Eisen was left bewildered and confused about the entity known as Lamperouge Lelich. He thought about eliminating Lelich. The long-lived Soul Reaper in a teenage body was slowly turning into a threat. He was a vice-captain and he hadn't been subjected to the power of Kyoka Suijutsu. Eisen had tried to do away with Lelich. If Lelich had turned him down when he offered join forces, he was prepared to kill him. He was content with letting Lelich's messenger go, but unfortunately Jin had been rather trigger-happy that day. Coincidentally, Lelich never came by Eisen's office with any form of paperwork. He came by the division, but Eisen could never get Lelich to simply stay and chat in his office. Lelich's excuses were always the same: too busy for a social call, promised someone else he would do something, and the someone and something were always very specific. Eisen couldn't fault a Soul Reaper dedicated to his work and was keen on his promises. However, it drove him nuts, internally of course, that Lelich could act so nonchalant about losing people around him. He couldn't do away with him now though, he'd never be able to cover it up. Lelich was not only popular, but he was revered by the Central 46 enough that they asked him to join. It shocked everyone, including Eisen, when Lelich turned down the request. Many Soul Reapers would jump at the chance. Eisen just couldn't figure Lelich out. Lelich's popularity wasn't about to go away either. Creating an algorithm to perfectly sort hollows? Eisen scoffed the idea when he heard Lelich had come up with it. He didn't think it was possible. Eisen understood hollows well enough to create hollowification, Grand Fisher, Metastasia, and was starting to work towards artificial Arrancar, but he didn't think it was possible to create an algorithm to sort hollows like they were a sixth type of kingdom. However, Lelich's algorithm was flawless. Eisen tested it himself and spent weeks trying to trip it up. He failed miserably. The fact that Lelich had pulled it off and used the algorithm to defeat Metastasia was mind-boggling. Eisen found it aggravating that Lelich had such talent and, like Urahara Kisuke, was wasting it. Unlike Urahara, however, Lelich was backed up by fame and popularity. Urahara was considered a mastermind for creating the Department of Research and Development. Eisen knew it wouldn't be disbelieving for such a man to use that as an excuse to perform twisted experiments. There was nothing he could do to counteract Lelich's popularity, no skeletons in his closet, no history to speak of, not one little itsy-bitsy misdemeanor. The more Eisen thought about it, the more he realized that this could prove rather entertaining. Zero was still a thorn in Eisen's side and would no doubt show himself when Eisen unveiled his true nature to the Soul Society, but Eisen was very interested in seeing how Lelouch would respond to his true nature. I believe I may have found a very worthy opponent, Eisen had thought to himself. In truth, Lamperouge Lelouch does not hold the capabilities to reach the potential I aim for, but he will make for quite the interesting adversary. Vera had managed to survive the events of that hellish evening, and after a long time at the 4th Division's care ward, was fit to work again. She had an eye band over her now missing left eye, and Lelouch had surgically given her a prosthetic hand. However, when she returned to work, the others noticed that Vera seemed unhappy. She was like a skittish cat in a rocking chair factory. Vera had always been antisocial and quiet, but she had never been sociophobic. Upon realizing this, Yucatec called in Lelouch, of whom Vera did not reject. Lelouch spoke with her, as he did with Vera, very few words and understanding her silent language. After their discussion he spoke with Yucatec. Well, what is it? The white-haired captain had desired to know. From what I can tell, she's been severely traumatized by the events from that night. She might be unfit to work. Lelouch had pondered. Then, I will set up formal discharge papers. Yucatec sighed. My only concern is that Vera will have nowhere to go. She's a Rukonga civilian and the Central 46 would never allow her to remain on the CRIDI grounds without a place of residence, neither would Yamamoto-sensei. Poor Vera. Lelouch was concerned for the girl. He couldn't just go back in that room and tell her she was being kicked out onto the street. His mind raced and he thought of something. Yucatec Teiko, does your family forbid adoptions of non-nobility? I don't believe so. Why? It didn't take him long to realize the answer to his own question. Oh, I think I understand. You don't want to see Vera kicked out onto the streets, and you know that I've been good to her. You're wondering if I could send her to live with my brothers and sisters, since the life of a Soul Reaper was all Vera had here. I must admit that I believe that to send Vera out into the Rukonga in her condition would be the same as a death sentence. Very well, I shall discuss this with my relatives when next I see them. It'll be an extra mouth to feed, but being nobility doesn't make that much of an issue. Things turned out well on that end. Yucatec's siblings, especially his sisters, were more than happy to welcome a new addition to the family. Vera was given the news by Lelouch the day of her discharge, which was 2 months after his original discussion with Yucatec. During that time Yucatec had allowed Vera to do what she wanted and spread her work out amongst others, explaining the situation. Food was left for her if she didn't voluntarily get anything from the mess hall. Vera, are you here? Lelouch had asked when he went to go see her. The traumatized girl got out from her hiding place and stood in front of Lelouch, ready to listen. I don't know if you're aware, but Yucatec Teiko and I put a formal discharge notice for you about 2 months ago. Vera had looked forlorn. She knew that if she was no longer a Soul Reaper she would be sent back out into Rukonga. However, I spoke with the captain. He's going to adopt you as one of his sisters into the Yucatec family. You would be alright with that, wouldn't you? Vera had been confused, unknowing how to respond. I know this probably seems weird, but we both agreed it was better than kicking you out on the street. I couldn't live with myself if we allowed that. However, this will probably be the last time we see each other, like this. Vera had looked sad. She liked Lelouch. He was the only person who ever really understood her. Even when he was underneath her, she always liked their one-sided chats. She had no attraction towards the vice captain, but she really enjoyed his company. A tear fell from her eye. Lelouch had wiped it away with his thumb. Hey, don't cry. I'll do my best to come and visit. Just take care of yourself, all right? Vera had nodded and tried to smile. Also, I wanted to thank you. Vera had looked surprised and pointed to herself. Yes. Lelouch had answered her silently asked question. If you hadn't come back that evening I don't think I would have been able to put my algorithm together properly. If not for you, Kyan might not still be around. Lelouch had become even less formal with Kyan upon attaining the exact same rank. Kyan had allowed it. This, he had held something out to her, is a token of my thanks. It was a mahogany-colored, plastic wristband with a large circular device where one would normally expect the face of a watch. Vera took the wristband and put it on her wrist with her organic hand. She looked at it with childlike fascination. I had hoped that you would be one of my comrades in my upcoming organization, but I guess even the best laid plans can go astray. Still, I want you to have this as a token of my appreciation. Thank you for being my friend, Vera. I'll always value the time we spent as comrades in arms. Tears had fallen from Vera's eye and she sniffed. Lelich. She ran forward and hugged him tightly. She let out small sobs. He had called her a friend, something Vera had never had before. He had also given her a family, something she had never had before either. Lelich had been so good to her for as long as she had known him. Lelich returned Vera's hug. He was saddened to see the silent girl go, but it had to be done. At least she's alive. Lelich thought to himself. At least I managed to save someone this time. It had been over 3 years since Miyako's death. In 3 months it would be 4. That morning Ishin delivered a package to Lelich from Kyokaku. Lelich opened the package, revealing a small box with several different colored wristbands inside. There was a note on the inside of the top cover of the box. Dear Lelich. Mission accomplished. UK. Lelich knew the UK stood for Urahara Kisuk. That devilish grin of his that he grinned when his plans were on the verge of coming together crept onto Lelich's face. It's time. He thought to himself. My ultimate plan is about to be set underway. To be continued. Chapter 29, Sentai no Jajutsu no Lelich. Third-person POV. All actions have consequences. Some are good and some are bad. Lelich's actions were no different. Although Soifone and Yoriyuki were off together, and very happy, their families were suffering. The Shihoin clan, having lost its most prominent figure and being slandered with her being called a traitor, was on the verge of collapse, as the Fon family had done after it lost the only remaining member of the youngest generation, especially since she was indicated as a traitor by Lelich's reports. Lelich was, of course, aware of this, but there wasn't anything he could do about it. He also didn't care that much for the nobility at all. Sure, he had friends that were nobles, but, in his opinion, a few golden apples didn't save the rest of the rotten fruit. He found a caste system appalling, especially the 80 sections of Rukanga. Why couldn't people just refer to each other as people? Why did it matter their background or where they came from? Such things were what Lelich was aiming to correct on his rise to the top, but of course those in his way had to be removed. As if that didn't make things imperfect enough, things were not all gummy bears and ice cream at the Kukaki Manor. As had happened quite a few times over the last decade and a half, Rukia was causing a fuss within the manor on this particular day. She was not adapting well to life as a noble. She was constantly in the shadow of her sister and her brother-in-law, and more was expected of her than she was willing to give. To complicate matters, she and the house head didn't exactly get along all the time. Rukia stomped down the hall at top speed before reaching an intersection and shouting, "All right, I get it." Her outburst was directed at her sister. "I'll be more respectful next time. Just leave me alone, okay?" She ran down the hall and out the door. She decided she'd go to work early that day. She'd spend the day with Kyan. He always seemed to make things better for her, no matter how bad of a day she was having. Ever since the Miyako incident, Rukia had risen again in rank, but only by 1 level. Hisuna was very insistent that unless Rukia started showing remarkable skill, she wanted her no higher than 6th seat. Rukia, of course, was completely oblivious to this. Shaking her head, Hisuna stood at relatively the same spot Rukia had been moments earlier. "I just don't get it. Why is she being so difficult?" Byakuya walked up next to her. "This life is very foreign to her. You came directly here from Rukanga. Rukia spent the entire time you were here growing up on the streets. To her, without other records indicating otherwise, you are almost an identical stranger. Your bond of blood runs deep only for you. Rukia never wished this life. You sort of almost forced it upon her. What could I do? I just don't want my sister to be miserable. She belongs with me and I belong with you," Hisuna said, holding her hand to her heart. Byakuya put his hands on Hisuna's shoulders. She'll slowly learn proper respect, but it'll be a long and grueling process. If this is what it's like to raise children, I dare say I'm not looking forward to the day you tell me you're pregnant. Byakuya joked. Actually, about that. Hisuna began. Byakuya's heart skipped a beat. Hisuna laughed. I'm kidding, I'm kidding. She leaned backwards into her husband's chest and let his arms drape loosely around her. I'm not ready for children either, Byakuya-sama, but we should start considering it. We should work on getting your sister under control first. Byakuya stated. You say that like she's a wild animal that needs to be tamed. Hisuna chuckled. She is sort of like one. Byakuya was teasing, though his tone indicated otherwise. You're bad. Hisuna chuckled and turned her head and tilted it up to kiss her husband. Nay-san, I have a, oh. Ugh. I did not need to see that. Rukia had just come back through the hallway now holding a long, white envelope she seemed to have picked up, in front of her eyes so that she didn't see the sight of her sister making out with her brother-in-law. Rukia knew they did stuff like that, but, well, it was her sister. What do you have there, Rukia? Hisuna asked her, breaking away from Byakuya. I don't know, but it has the gaming club's emblem as a seal. Rukia told Hisuna. Said seal was a black king and queen's chess piece crossed in an X formation. Both sisters had joined Lelich's gaming club when the vice-captain created it a month ago. Lelich was a co-founder with Nemu and Kyan was voted, or rather dictated, club president. The club was rather popular with many Soul Reapers. Interestingly enough, Lelich was more or less unbothered by the fact that Aizen attended some of the meets. The club was sponsored and funded by the Shibas and the meetings took place on clan soil. The club was orchestrated as a means for many Soul Reapers to just kick back and enjoy themselves with various board games including, but not limited to, shuffleboard, chess, checkers, Parcheesi, Go, and also virtual games set up on computers that had been purchased from the Department of Research and Development. Mayuri was content with parting with said machines, they were outdated models as he put it. There were also regular and collectible card games available too. However, this was the first time anyone, as far as Rukia and Hisuna's knowledge went, received letters from the club. It could be dangerous. Perhaps you should just get rid of it. Byakuya warned about the envelope. Despite his closeness to Lelich, he wasn't eager to partake in what he deemed a childish club for meaningless frolicking. Hisuna had told him he needed to lighten up and enjoy himself once in a while, but when Byakuya started getting stubborn she dropped the subject. Perhaps you should. Rukia was about to open her mouth, but her sister glared at her and she dropped the snappy remark. Whatever, if there's poisonous powder in here at least we're together. Rukia tore open the envelope. She pulled out a small letter. Kukaki Hisuna and Kukaki Rukia, you have been chosen. The letter then mentioned an area on the borders of the Siriti on the borderlines of 13th Division's jurisdiction and requested that both Rukia and Hisuna go to that location at a specific time. Rukia looked at the clock on the wall and gasped. Nay-san, we have to hurry. We might miss the deadline. Rukia took off. Ah, Rukia. Hisuna hated it when she was impulsive. She could have at least told her what the letter said. If I'm not back later, you'll just have to go to the meeting without me. She told Byakuya. I doubt the Elder Council will be disappointed at your lack of attendance. Byakuya meant that wholeheartedly. The elders of the noble families beneath the Kuchikis really had it in for Hisuna. However, Rukia was always at his wife's side to allow the former commoner to keep her head held high. Byakuya remembered how much Hisuna's vitality returned to normal after Rukia re-entered her life. If only he and his sister-in-law could get along. Taking a small moment to collect his thoughts, knowing that Hisuna and Rukia would be safe so long as they were together, Byakuya went to go have something to eat before heading to work. 2nd Division. Naomi Libra, currently in 11th seat of the 2nd Division, was at the 2nd Division's box office picking up her mail. She thanked the woman who handed her all the work she had for the day and returned to her office. As she went through the stack of files, an envelope, identical to the one Rukia and Hisuna had received, caught her eye. Libra Naomi, you have been chosen. Naomi read the rest of the letter, grabbed her Zanpakuto and headed out. 3rd Division. 7th seat of Division 3, Kira Izuru, was busy writing a haiku for the CRITI communication when there was a knock on his office door. All Izuru heard was, "Kira, mail for you," before an envelope was slipped under the closed door to the blonde's office and landed a few meters away from his desk. It was a white envelope with the game club's seal. Inside was a letter. "Kira Izuru, you have been chosen." Chosen for what? Izuru wondered to himself. If this is Lelich's idea of gathering a committee, he has a funny way of doing it. Izuru put down his pen, left his office, locked the door and took the key with him and headed out. 4th Division. As Isane was performing a routine checkup on a 7th Division member, Hanataro came trotting by with the mailbag. "Ah, Fukutaiko, I have a letter for you." "A letter for me?" Isane froze. She never got letters, ever, at least not unexpectedly. Her heart started pumping of the many possibilities, but her nerves were calmed when she saw the game club's emblem as a means for sealing the envelope. There was a small letter inside. "Katetsu Isane, you have been chosen." Isane didn't know what she was chosen for. She was slightly flustered, but also very anxious to find out what she had won or been selected to partake in. Hurriedly she finished checking her patient and bolted out the door without a second thought, excited, nervous, and invigorated. 5th Division. As Hinamori Momo, now 8th seed of the 5th Division, finished her early morning paperwork, she began to gather it all in a neat pile when she noticed an envelope sticking out. "That's strange, was this in my mail this morning?" she wondered. She had been rather hyper-focused today. The letter was addressed to her and she was a part of the game club, so she opened it. "Hinamori Momo, you have been chosen." Momo looked at the instructions and became even more excited than Isane. She felt like a little kid about to go out on a make-believe adventure. She raced towards the requested location. 6th Division. Shaipani Susanna, the proud 4th seed of the 6th Division under her two former classmates, Kukaki, formerly Sayuri, Hisuna, and Kukaki Byakuya, finished male duty for that day and began to open her own. Besides some perfume she had ordered from a catalog, she had received a white envelope that, unbeknownst to her, several other Soul Reapers were receiving identical copies of. The envelope contained a declaration that she, like the others, had been chosen for something, as well as a list of instructions to go somewhere at a specified time. Susanna was nervous about this. She did not enjoy social situations very much. Her reasoning for having been part of the game club in the first place was because her former sensei had co-founded it and her own classmate was a member. Still, curiosity built within her and created a temptation too great to resist. She gathered her resolve and headed off. 7th Division. Keshiba Ryu, formerly an 8th seed of the 6th Division, now the 5th of the 7th, was picking some oranges from the division's fruit-bearing trees that were in bloom. He loved oranges, they were his favorite fruit. When he had a small basket full he sat down against a wall and began to peel and eat them. "Ah, Keshiba-san, there you are," a deep booming voice stated. A large figure hulked over Ryu, blocking out the sunlight. "Ikanzaka, do you mind? You're in my sundae," Ryu said as he munched on an orange. "I may go wherever I like, for I am Jirobo the Kamaitaki and blah, blah, blah. Heard it before?" Ryu was normally very respectful of superiority, but he found people like Jirobo who were all bark and very little bite to be rather irritating. It was true that Jirobo did have the skill to back up his boasts, but he spent more time flapping his gums than actually fight a lot of times. "Do you need something with me or are you just here to ruin my mid-morning snack?" "Humph, I'd watch your attitude if I were you. I have a letter here for you, but it seems very suspicious to me, very suspicious indeed. If you are going to be rude perhaps I will not give it to you," Jirobo taunted. In a flash, Ryu stood up, leapt into the air and tackled Jirobo to the ground with his arm around the front of the Kamaitaki's large neck. The aforementioned letter went floating through the air like a feather and Ryu caught it in midair. "You know, it's a shame this isn't 11th Division or I would have had your position a long time ago," Ryu said matter-of-factly as he opened the letter. Ryu was perfectly content with rank as a 5th seed. It was enough for him to gain respect, but it was low enough that he wasn't too swamped with work. He showed immense dedication towards his work and the squad, but it was his laid-back attitude that had his captain and vice-captain hesitant to make him a higher rank. "Let's see what we have here," Ryu said as he tore open the letter. "Keshiba Ryu, you have been chosen." Ryu noticed what was suspicious about this letter. There was no telling who the sender was, even on the envelope. How this got past the main offices was beyond him. Still, he was very interested in seeing what all this was about. He grabbed a fresh orange and ate it on the way to where he was asked to go. 9th Division. Hisagi Shihei, recently promoted to being the vice-captain of the 9th Division, was panicking over the fact that the CRIDI communication was short a very important report. The deadline was tomorrow and the paper had to be printed within 48 hours. Fukutaiko. A journalist opened the doors to the offices. "Oh, please tell me you have the report we need." Shihei was hopeful. "Well, actually no. I have a letter for you, sir." He handed Shihei a white envelope. "Whatever it is, it looks important. The handwriting is very professional." Upon reading the letter in said envelope, all Shihei could sense was the scent of a big scoop. Something was going down involving the game club and he was going to find out about it. "Zakura-chan." He called to the division's 5th seat, his secretary for the newspaper's offices. "Yes, Fukutaiko?" she asked, picking her head up. "Hold all my calls and fill out my forms. I've just picked up what could be the CRIDI Communications' greatest scoop since my interview with Lamperouge Fukutaiko." Although they were the same rank, Shihei was mindful of his former sensei and addressed him formally out of respect. Lelich was not one to trample on such admiration. Shihei proudly strode off in search of a story. 10th Division. "Teiko, have you seen Lelich anywhere?" Rangiku asked as she bounded into Hein's office. Inside, the black-haired, bearded captain was stroking his chin and looking at a letter that had magically appeared on his desk that morning. "Nope, haven't seen him, but this letter is really suspicious," he told her. "Letter? Ah, is it from the game club? I got one too. That's why I wanted to know if you've seen Lelich anywhere." Rangiku responded. "I see." Hein rose to his feet and lit up a cigarette. After he puffed out the smoke, he said to Rangiku, "Let's go see what all this ruckus is about, shall we?" "Shouldn't we look for Lelich?" Rangiku asked. "If this is involving the game club, I'm sure he'll be there. No sense in wasting time," Hein said. "Now let's go." "Hi, Teiko." 11th Division. In the squad's main dojo, Aloman Shisato and Madarame Ikeka were fighting each other yet again. Shisato was determined to get her place back as 3rd seat and she wasn't about to let anything stop her. She and Ikeka were bitter rivals in the squad, always competing for the right of 3rd seat. They had clashed 2,130 times in the last 23 years of Zaraki Kenpei's captaincy. Of all those clashes, only 161 of them had been official. Ikeka won every last official match, but Shisato wasn't about to let that stop her. She would not stop until she had her original position back. The rest was just training to see if Shisato even stood a chance at beating Ikeka. This was one of their regular matches in which Ikeka would use either a Shina or a Buken, sometimes both, and Shisato would use her fists. This particular match was being observed by Renji and Yachiru, who were sitting against the wall watching their comrades go at it. Today Ikeka was using both weapons, one in each hand, and Shisato was doing rather well, but Ikeka still taunted her. He swung with his Shina and Shisato dodged and let drive a roundhouse kick towards his gut. Ikeka blocked with his Buken. "Come on Shisato, you can do better than that. Are your reflexes slowing down?" Shisato threw a right hook and managed to slam Ikeka in the face. The bald brawler recovered rather quickly and came back at Shisato with a spin attack. Shisato did her best to guard. As the two clashed, Yachiru and Renji followed them, watching the senior officers go from side to side across the dojo. "Any, Pineapple-kun," she said to Renji, "when this is over let's go have snacks." Sure." Renji replied. The red-headed Soul Reaper had achieved the rank of 6th seat in his time as a division member in the 11th Division. He had trained under Ikeka and gotten stronger. He had fought against both Shisato and Yumi Chika last 2 years in an attempt to climb higher. Both kicked his ass, Shisato more thoroughly. Renji respected his superior officers, he wanted to become strong like them, but his greatest desire was to surpass and match the rank of two particular individuals, Shiba Kyan, and Kukaki Hisuna. The former was because Rukia often spent more time with Kyan than with Renji, and Renji believed she was losing her to the now single Shiba clan head. He wanted to surpass Hisuna because he believed it was her fault Rukia had been taken out of his life in the first place. She was thrust from the life she once knew into this new life that, from what Renji had heard, she hardly understood. Renji had spoken to his former sensei, now vice captain of Squad 10, Lamrouge Lelouch, about this, but Lelouch said that when it came to impressing women he had no idea what could be done since the black-haired Bishun was a natural chick magnet. As the fight continued, Yachiro called out, "You can do it, Blondie." Hear that? Chisato chuckled to herself as she used her arm strength to push away Ikeiku's Shina. "The vice captain's on my side." "The vice captain's always on your side." Ikeiku practically rolled his eyes. He knew he and Yachiro never got along. Yachiro would root for anyone else over Ikeiku unless someone else was a hollow or something similar. As the skirmish continued, it was interrupted by Yumi Chika walking in with a packet of papers under his arm. "Excuse me." He announced his presence. "I have some mail to deliver." Chisato turned in Yumi Chika's direction just as Ikeiku was coming at her, and without even turning to look in his direction punched him square in the face. Ikeiku fell back onto the ground. He got up with a nosebleed. "Gah! What the hell were you holding back?" "What are you, Chisato?" To look at her superior in rank. "Oh my kami, are you alright, Ikeiku?" It was as if Chisato hadn't even recognized that she just punched the guy out in order to get her mail. "Forget about it," Ikeiku said, wiping nose with his sleeve. "What ya got for us, Yumi Chika?" "I have your magazine subscription." He handed Ikeiku his monthly issue of Swords Illustrated. He went over to Yachiro. "I have a package of cookies from an old friend." "Yay! Snacks." Yachiro tore open the bag and began devouring the sugary treats. "And it seems you two," he addressed Renji and Chisato, "have mail from the game club." Mail? Chisato and Renji were both confused. In an entire month no one received letters from the game club, but both opened the letters anyway. "Hello man Chisato, you have been chosen." "Abarai Renji, you have been chosen." Renji was confused, noted by the scratching of his head. Chisato looked over to him. "I know where this is, you and Renji. Lead the way," he said. "Wait, where are you going?" Ikeiku asked. "We're in the middle of a fight here." "Sorry," Chisato apologized, waving her hand flippantly, "important business. I have to go. We'll just call this a draw." She then thought of another idea. "Hey, Fukutaiko." She called to Yachiro. She wouldn't. Ikeiku had a bad feeling of what was about to come out of Chisato's mouth next. "Take my place for me, will you?" Chisato requested. "Okay Blondie, I'll fight pachinko ball for you." Yachiro waved, holding a cookie in her hand. "Ta-ta, Chisato," and Renji then both went out the door. "Chisato." Ikeiku grit his teeth. He remembered how embarrassing it was the first time he lost to Yachiro. "I'm gonna freaking kill you." 12th Division. At her desk in the research department, Nemia was playing chess on her computer. She noticed how much her precious Lelouch-sama loved chess, even going so far as to use the pieces as part of the club emblem, so she was learning how to play. She had started last week and was adapting quickly. She was nowhere near the level of skill Lelouch, Aizen, and Byakuya were at, but she was slowly getting the hang of the game. She was eager to show her skills to her fellow co-founder at the next club meeting. As she sat there, playing, a container came shooting down the mail tube to the lobby. Unlike the other divisions, the 12th Division had set up a system of tubes and pipes to create an automated mail system that delivered packages, letters and papers throughout the research department so as not to disturb hard-working scientists, like the captain itself. A pleasant little ding could be heard when a cylindrical container, containing mail for the intended recipient, arrived. Nemia stopped playing and went over to collect her mail. There was a letter from the game club in it. Odd, I don't believe there was supposed to be any letters from the game club coming in. Then again, we don't yet have a committee for the club to discuss such things. Nemia thought to herself. She opened the letter and read the instructions. Although her captain had ceased being able to hurt her, he still flared up in a rage fit whenever she did something wrong. Still, Lelich had taught her how to start making decisions for herself, and she was very interested in seeing what this was about. Perhaps she could even tell Lelich about it, if it turned out to be a scam of sorts. Whoever the sender was, they were using the game club's seal. If they were not affiliated with it, it was grounds for fraud, and Nemia knew how much Lelich despised criminals. She shut down her game, saved her work, and headed out. 13th Division. Shiba Kayan was retelling his battle with Metastasia, which was approximately 5 years ago to date, to a bunch of new, rather young, recruits. Of course his version was a little different than the actual truth. So there I was, out in the forest at night staring down this big ugly and gruesome hollow that had devoured my precious Miyako. He spoke. I ran it and slashed it up good, hacking off 2 of its limbs before it even had a chance to do anything. Then I leapt into the air and shouted, "Rankle the seas and skies, Nijibana." I used my powerful Zanpakutotu. Oh, is that how it happened? A disbelieving, mature and feminine voice called out. I heard it told rather differently. Kayan felt his heart go straight into his small intestines. He craned his neck to look at the door behind him. Oh, Jesus. What are you doing here? Mail delivery, you got a letter from that game club. If you're the president, shouldn't you have told me about this stuff? Kyokaka questioned. She knew the letters were being sent out, she was in on the whole deal. She could play dumb very convincingly though. Sis, not in front of the newbies. Kayan whined. He didn't want the new recruits to think he was all talk. Sure, he had inflated his battle with Metastasia a bit, but... Take the letter, read the contents and let's get going. Kyokaka held the letter out to her brother. Kayan took it and opened it. Going where? Kayan asked, but his question was answered when he read over the letter. Kyokaka held up a similar one. It's our grounds being used, so it seems our mysterious benefactor considers me a club member. In truth, Kyokaka was an honorary member herself. She wasn't a soul reaper, so she couldn't be a full-fledged member, but since she was Lelich's income, he saw fit to let her partake in the meets. In truth, Kyokaka knew all about what was going on and had been instructed to act as if she didn't, for effect of course. Kayan sighed. Rukia wasn't here yet, so he couldn't ask her to take over for him. He only had one other option and he was loath to set off chaos, but what had to be done had to be done. Sentaro. Kian. He called. Fukutaiko. Both showed up in seconds. Look after the new guys, will you? I have somewhere I need to be right now. Leave it to me. Both of them said. Kayan left before the situation started getting ridiculous. Well, if anything, at least they'll be entertaining for the kids. He said as he left with his sister. Secret underground training base. The location that the letters had mapped out was none other than Urahara and Uruaki's supposed to be secret underground training area. As those that were chosen gathered together, many began pointing fingers and discussing the mysterious letters with each other. No sign of Lelich. Ranjika said to her captain. That's weird. You'd think he'd be here considering the president and the other club founder are here. Ishin found this all to be very suspicious. Everyone waited around for the specified time, most everyone was early. The time came and went until 5 minutes passed. Wonder what's keeping our mysterious benefactor waiting. Kyokaka joked, despite knowing that the delay was intentional to make sure that all participants had arrived. No sooner had she said that did the lights to the base go out. Isane whimpered, scared of the pitch blackness. What's going on? Izuru asked. Maniacal laughter echoed through the area. The laughter was followed by a speech. When the law fails to punish those who deserve to be, I will take matters into my own hands and strike down my own hammer of justice upon the damned. I am the protector of the weak and the bane of the strong. I am the noble demon to counter the corrupted angel. I am the black void. I am the mind of steel. I am the just phantom. With my own 2 hands I shall purge the corruption of this world with the light of redemption and divinity. Lights came on around a very tall cliff as a figure stood atop it. I am Zero. Water and fireworks shot above and around the masked vigilante. Kyokaku admired her handiwork. You do indeed have a thing for theatrics. She chuckled to herself. That's, Zero. Ranjika recognized the person who Jin had said kidnapped her. What? Zero the Vigilant. Ishine was the most shocked. Yes, it is I, Zero. Zero announced again. I have called all of you here because you all have proven yourselves both worthy. He flung out the right side of his cape and held out his right arm, palm towards the sky, fingers bent, and qualified to join me in my quest. Zero clenched his fist, for revolution. And just why would we join you? Hisuna asked. Join forces with a man who the Central 46 had deemed the enemy of the Soul Society? Zero certainly had guts to ask for such a thing. Yeah, you kidnapped me? Ranjika shouted. And who told you that? Zero asked. Before you make wild accusations against me, you should check your sources. Ranjika was going to argue, but knew Zero had a point given how Jin would lie, even to her. How do you know none of us will leave and report that you're here? Susanna asked, pointing at the masked vigilante. Unless you're some runaway member of the Zero Division, which is why you're calling yourself Zero, Shisato said rather haughtily with both hands on her hips and her head tilted to put a very smug expression on her face. There's no way you could take us all on at once. I have no intention of fighting. I am no enemy of the Soul Society, merely a criminal with good intentions. Shiba Kyan and Shiba Kyokaku. Zero addressed the 13th lieutenant as he pointed down at him. You know my first action and why I did it. Kyan, Kyokaku, what's he talking about? Ishine asked. That man, along with one other, broke Urahara Kisuk, Shihoin Yoriyuki, and Tsukabishi Tessai out of the Central 46 chambers. Kyan stated. What? That was Zero. Ishine asked. But I heard there were 2 Zeros that day. Shihei stated. Wait, I'm confused. If there were 2 Zeros then why aren't there 2 now? Ranjika stated. It's simple. The other Zero is no longer here. She escaped to the world of the living. Zero responded. She was not even me, she was my doppelganger. A woman I helped because she was in need. Realization hit Kyan. Wait, so iPhone didn't betray the Soul Society as Lelich's reports indicated. The other Zero. Yes, the other person that assisted me all those years ago was the executive commander herself. Zero declared. Disquieted murmurs ran throughout the underground pavilion. I don't understand though. Isane said. Why would the former executive commander have turned to your aid? The Godi 13, while a very solid organization, sometimes lets criminals walk away or punishes the wrong people. It is my ideal to expose the truth, to reveal the conspiracies and show the Godi for the fools they can sometimes be. Zero declared, completely dodging the actual question. But revolution is qualification for treason. Momo cried out. You are correct, Miss Hinamori, but we are not revolting, we are assisting the Soul Society, showing them errors that they must correct. In a way we are a dark shadow cast by the sun to assist the Godi. Isn't that what the Special Tactics and Reconnaissance Unit of the Onmitsukido is used for though? Naomi asked. They are only as intelligent as their commander, the 4th seat of Division 2. However, I am on a level far above any of them. I am a tactical mastermind far beyond their capacity, even the members of the unit itself. Zero stated. My, someone's full of themselves. Shihei snorted. All right, I've heard enough. Hisuna declared and pointed at Zero. If you want us to join you, give us one good reason why we should. Your intentions are true and that's enough that I myself won't do anything, but until I see some good reason why we should risk our necks for you, I'm not moving. Many of the other officers seemed to agree with Hisuna's outburst. I figured you might state that. Zero stated. Unlike last time I'm pulling this team together from scratch rather than taking over an already existing team. I knew identity revelation would be absolutely necessary, but I trust them. They are, my friends. Behold the face of Zero. The rest of the lights came on as Zero placed one hand on his helmet and let the back of it retract, exposing his black hair to the cavern air. As he pulled the helmet down and away from his face, many people were in shock as the identity of Zero became revealed to be one Vice Captain Lamperouge Lelich. Lelich. Senpai. Lelich Dano. Lelich Sama. Lamperouge Sensei. Lamperouge San. Lamperouge Fukotaiko. The various declarations of Lelich's name were outcried simultaneously by his comrades. Yes, it is I. Lelich said, tucking his helmet under his arm. I am Zero. Lelich thrust his other arm out, palm facing towards the ground. There was a pause. Is this enough reason for you to trust me, Hisuna? I don't understand. Why are you doing this, senpai? Naomi was completely confused. She had known Lelich to be a kind, caring, supportive individual. If a bit blunt and abrupt, what reason would he have to resort to being Zero? Why was he Zero? When I first came to the Soul Society, I had every intention of becoming much like most of you, a good soldier doing his duty with the noble intention of becoming captain and vocalizing new policies to make the Soul Society the paradise we make it out to be. However, all of that changed with Akari Teiko's death. She was cut down and the man who was responsible was another captain that was involved in some shady business. Lelich stated. So that's why Homura Teiko left without a word. Ishine realized. Yes, Yuna, on Akari Teiko's honor, left to chase after Hashima Treva, whom she later tracked down. Lelich explained. You were on site when Yuna was found dead? Rangiku remembered. I was. It was I who delivered the final blow to Hashima. I caught him off guard and I brought peace to Yuna and Akari Teiko's souls. Lelich declared. But Hashima is dead and buried, why do you still fight? Shisato asked. Lelich put his helmet back on. As long as there is corruption in the Soul Society, I will be there to put an end to it when the Central 46 would rather turn a blind eye. Also, Hashima may be dead and buried, but he was not acting alone. Lelich explained. What do you mean? Izuru asked. Are you saying Hashima has a successor? No. Hashima was just a pawn for a much more sinister man, a man that has been the cause of my pain as well as the pain of several of you. Lelich stated and pointed at Hisuna. Who was it that lusted after you in an attempt to coddle you to his side and turn you into a willing subordinate? He pointed at Rangiku. Do you know who it was that Ichimaru Jin swore revenge on? He pointed at Shihei. Do you know who it was that caused that hollow attack when I saved you, Momo, Renji, Izuru and Rukia? He pointed at Kayan. Do you know who it was that created the hollow that devoured Miyako? Lelich asked. Lelich, wait, are you saying that he's behind everything? Hisuna shouted. That is precisely what I am saying. My friends and comrades, the man who is the source of all of these atrocities is none other than 5th Division Captain Aizen Sosuke. Lelich declared. Momo looked like she was going to have a panic attack at the declaration of Aizen being an evil mastermind. No, that can't be true. Seek it in your heart. You know it to be true. Lelich stated and added, would you doubt the word of your favorite sensei? No, but... Hisuna put a hand on Momo's shoulder and stared up at Lelich. I believe him. Is that why you called us here, Lelich? You want our help to take down Aizen in a way that doesn't involve tarnishing our reputations? You want us to form a union? A light bulb went off in Kayan's head. I get it. Your little game club was so you could have us all in one place. The game club is a decoy so that the Central 46 won't realize our true intentions. You had Nemu and I become the leaders while you shadow everything behind the scenes. I got to hand it to you, Lelich, you really know how to make a plan come together. Is that true, Lelich? Rangiku asked. It is true. I need allies willing to stick their neck out for me and you have all been my comrades. I believed that I could trust you all with this. Do not prove me wrong. Lelich declared. Hey, if you wanted company you should have just asked. Ishine folded his arms and smiled. Do you think we would have said no? I couldn't take the risk that Aizen would be listening in by asking in person. He is every bit the mastermind I am. Lelich stated. I befriended you all in hopes that you would, in turn, return that trust now. When I was alive I did not show that same trust one show now. I know what I am asking for is a lot, but it has been my hope that you will all throw yourselves at my cause. Those of you that wish to stand by me step forward and declare yourself my comrade in arms. Susanna was the first to do so. "I'm with you, Lelich Dano," she said, and walked towards the cliff Lelich was on and faced towards the others. She held one clenched hand up by her heart and threw the other out at her side. "I believe in my former teacher. And I as well." Hisana stepped forward. She turned around. "I know Aizen is a creep. If Lelich believes he can expose that," she clenched a fist in front of her, "then I will stand by him. If Nasan believes in Lamperouge Sensei, then so will I." Rukia joined her sister and stood at her side. "If Rukia's in this, then so am I," Renji declared, and joined Rukia, Hisana, and Susanna. "What kind of captain would I be not to trust his vice-captain? I'm in," Ishain declared, and added himself to Lelich's team. "So this was the crazy secret my sister's been hiding all this time." Kian scratched his head. "Well, you did save my life," he folded his arms and smiled. "I suppose I owe you for that much. Lelich, I must say you are absolutely crazy. You remind me of Kisuk so much it hurts." Kyokako laughed as she walked up alongside her brother. "You knew about this, didn't you? You knew about this when you handed me the letter," Kian said, getting in his sister's face. Kyokako, rather than reacting violently, playfully pushed Kian's head out of the way. "Knock it off, Kian. I am your ever-loyal subordinate Lelich-sama." Nimue joined Lelich. "I will place my faith in your hands, Lamperouge-san." Isane joined up. "Lelich, you said that Jin swore revenge on Aizen?" Rangiku asked. "I did, but he is trying his revenge in a way that I cannot approach him. He is not one of us. He is trying to gain Aizen's trust so that he may, at some point, backstab him when it would hurt him the most. It is possible you may have to act against him. Knowing that, will you join me?" Lelich asked. Rangiku took a deep breath. "I will. Jin keeps secrets from me all the time. It's high time I kept something from him. If Rangiku-san is joining, then so am I." Shihei ran to join his former teacher. "I believe in my senpai," Naomi said with gusto, and joined the others. "Personally, I think this whole thing is crazy," Shisato stated. "But what the heck? Why not? I owe Homura Teiko, Ikari Teiko this much. If Aizen Teiko is a surviving cause of their deaths, then you can count me in." Momo, Keshiba, and Izuru were now the only ones who hadn't thrown themselves on the bandwagon. "Momo," Lelich said, "I know you joined the Godai 13 to become like Aizen, but he's not who he appears to be. As I stated, when I protected you all, he was intent on taking the spotlight by calling more hollows. I have evidence that points directly to him, but it's not enough that the Central 46 will believe me." He looked at Izuru. "Izuru, what would you rather do? Follow orders or follow what you believe is the right thing to do? Who is more of a hero, the man who follows his orders and leads his whole unit on a blind charge and dies with them, or the man who disobeys his orders, mutinies against his superior, Lelich clenched his fist, and eliminates his enemy on the spot? And Ryu, I know that you have a strong sense of justice. You do not frown upon those that operate outside the law, but you say that you yourself will never become one of us, but surely you realize not everything can be done within the boundaries of the law. If you truly wish to show your dedication to the Godai, fight at my side." Izuru understood what Lelich was telling him. "I understand, sensei." He walked forward and joined the others. Ryu took a deep breath. "Lelich, I must say, when we had a discussion about morals, laws, and boundaries, I never thought that this is what it amounted to. However, I'm not about to betray your secret or your friendship. I'm just not that kind of person." He pointed at Lelich with a grin. "You want my allegiance? You got it, pal." Ryu sidled upright alongside the others. Momo was left standing alone. She had idolized Aizen. She joined the Godai because of Aizen. Now she was being told he was an evil man with selfish ambitions. She trusted Lelich, she had feelings for him she still didn't quite understand yet, but she didn't know if she would betray her idol over him. Lelich, noticing this, leapt off his perch, using his cloak to create air resistance so he didn't plummet straight to the ground, and stood in front of Momo. "I can gather what you might be thinking right now. Who should I trust, my idol or my friend?" "Momo," Lelich removed his helmet and put it on the ground and put both his hands on her shoulders. He looked at her seriously. I will never betray you. I didn't save your life just so you would return my trust to join me. I saved yours and the others' lives because I cared about you, and I still do care about you. Your life and the lives of everyone else here mean a lot to me. You are all my friends. I wouldn't ask you all to be here otherwise. But, what if you're wrong? Momo looked like she might cry. What if, like you, Aizen Taiko has his reasons? If he has his reasons, he can explain them to you when we capture him and hold him for trial. Momo, he betrayed his own captain. He caused the Soul Society to lose several important figures, including a noble house leader. Lelouch was speaking factually and not accusing Momo of anything, including her denial. He was just trying to get her to understand. His tone was serious, but his voice was as calm and serene as a stream on a warm summer day. What would you rather do? If you think I'm a liar, don't join me, but if you trust me, follow me. If you don't want to believe that Aizen is capable of such things, or if you believe he has his reasons, join me and we will find those reasons together. It's not just Aizen I'm after either. He is just one corrupt man out of so many. Don't you want to be there to help the Soul Society in a way you can't by being saddled with rules and regulations? Didn't you say in your written exam you wanted to make a difference? Well, here's your chance. Here's your chance to help benefit the Soul Society. Join me, Momo. Help me make the Soul Society a better place. Sensei. Momo teared up and gave Lelouch a big hug. Many of the people behind the pair went AWE at the cute sight. Gomen, Gomen. Momo was hyperventilating slightly. Gomenase. It's okay, Momo. Lelouch rubbed her back. I don't distrust you. You saved my life. I could never betray that. Lamperouge-sensei. Tears continued to drop from the plum-haired girl's face. Lelouch helped her to calm down, and then Momo stood up and put her game face on. Right. I'm with you, sensei. Good to hear. Lelouch said. Momo ran towards the others and Lelouch picked up his helmet from off the ground and put it back on before turning to face his friends. Listen up, everyone. Now that you've decided to join me, I will explain the next step. If we're going to band together as one, we will need a name befitting who we are and what we stand for. As Zero, I have already put the Soul Society on edge. Although I've only made my appearance known twice, for the Central 46, and the head captain, that's 2 times too many. So what will we call ourselves? Shihei asked. We will be known as the Phantomu of Jujutsu. Phantoms of Justice, Lelouch declared. He pulled out a hyperspace capsule from his pocket and unleashed a small box containing colored wristbands identical in design to the one Lelouch had given Vera. These wristbands, designed by me and completed by former Captain Urahara Kisuke, hold the power of our team. How the hell did you get in contact with him? Kyan asked. Me, of course. Kyokaku said, shocking everyone. What? You think this guy could have pulled this off all on his own? She went up to Lelouch and shook his shoulder. Well, maybe, but I helped. Anyway, put these on. Lelouch then chucked a wristband at each person, calling out specific names for specific colors. Everyone put them on. Wow, these look great. You really have a knack for fashion, Lelouch. Rangiku complimented as she looked at hers. Kyan, Nemu and Kyokaku were the only ones without wristbands. The first 2 had to work consistently at the game club meetings to orchestrate it. Both understood the important task they were being given. Kyokaku was Lelouch's financial manager, but Lelouch wanted her in on the whole thing, since she knew so much already. How to activate the costume was that each person had to call out, Watashi ni, I am, followed by their name, Phantomu, and then the color of the wristband, which was written on the side of the band since a few of the bands looked similar. They then had to press a small button on the side of the circular device on the band. There had been complaints about how ridiculous the command sounded when Lelouch demonstrated. In response, Kyokaku mentioned, quite truthfully, that anyone who didn't follow the rules would be shocked, as per a little additive Urahara added. In the interest of self-preservation, the entire group complied. Everyone was instructed that while in these alter egos they could not use their Zanpakuto to prevent their identity from being revealed. Lelouch said he believed that those he had selected would not be hampered by such things since they were proficient in combat without their Zanpakuto releases. Right then, Lelich said when everyone understood the position they were in, let's give this a test. Phantomu of Jajudesu. Kesugo Suru. Unite. Hisuna was the first to go. Watashi ni Kukaki Hisuna, Phantomu Guren. Green, each costume was outfitted with a cape that cloaked the wearer's riot suit, a suit similar to the original Zero outfit Lelich used to have and helmet much like the ones Lelich used to have the Black Knights wear, but the visor was tinted to be the same color as the rest of the suit, which matched the color of the wristband. Hisuna's was bright green like Cece's hair. Check it out. Did you design these yourself? Rukia asked. Well, Urahara Kisuk put the finishing touches on the suits, but he followed my blueprints. Lelich said. They look, well, goofy. Rukia stated. Hey, I put my heart and soul into these things. They look damn good. Lelich took offense. Besides, I added a little something to yours. Well, let me see then. Rukia readied her wristband. Watashi ni Kukaki Rukia, Phantomu Hawato. White, Rukia emerged in her costume and Lelich held up a mirror to show Rukia that her helmet had a pair of white rabbit ears on it. Rukia took back what she said by replacing it with. Sensei, you're the best. Naomi went next. Watashi ni Libra Naomi, Phantomu Kurasutaru. Crystal, her outfit, dubbed as such, was a crystal blue color. Watashi ni Kira Izuru, Phantomu Indigo. Indigo is the same in Japanese as it is in English for this translation. Izuru was impressed with the suit's ability to magically tuck the part of hair hanging about an inch in front of his face to the side. Watashi ni Katetsu Isane, Phantomu Gur. Gray, Isane was very pleased with the fact that Lelich managed to get her suit to complement her rather abnormal height. Her cape was even long enough to touch the ground and no stretches were in the leather. Watashi ni Hinamori Momo, Phantomu Byareto. Violet, Momo looked at her outfit and then to Lelich. I would have preferred peach, sensei. She stated. Yes, well, I was having trouble getting my hands on that kind of leather, besides it matches your hair and it's easier to differentiate. Lelich said in response. Watashi ni Shape ni Susanna, Phantomu Iro. Yellow, rather than looking like a giant banana, Lelich had dulled the yellow of Susanna's uniform making it a very dusty yellow rather than vibrant. Watashi ni Keshiba Ryu, Phantomu Oranju. Orange, Keshiba rolled his eyes and looked at Lelich. Lelich, I know oranges are my favorite fruit, but... Lelich was quick with a response. You remind me of someone I once gave a similar name to. Such pneumonias make things easier for me. Keshiba was not about to inquire what would have caused Lelich to call a person like him any variation of orange, so he dropped the subject. Watashi ni Hisagi Shihei, Phantomu Viridian. Viridian, in contrast to Hisuna's vibrant color, Hisagi showed a much darker shade. Lelich certainly was nitpicking. He had to, since there were only so many normal colors. Watashi ni Kurosaki Ishine, Phantomu Buraku. Black, Ishine was the closest to the original Zero as anyone was, except that the inside of his cape was also black, as was the visor to his helmet. He also, like the others, wasn't wearing the exact same helmet Lelich had. Watashi ni Matsumoto Rangiku, Phantomu Pinku. Pink, rather than being a vibrant pink, Lelich had gone with the less vibrant color and made Rangiku's most of a summery, pale pink. Hey, Lelich, couldn't I show at least a little bit of cleavage? I feel so trapped in this. It does look good though. Do you want to give your identity away incredibly easily? Lelich asked. It was true that Rangiku's massive knockers would give things away all on their own, but at least without the cleavage bit it would be much less conspicuous to a degree. Wachi ni, Aloman Shisato, Phantomu Buru. Blue, unlike Izuru whose uniform had specifically been made indigo, Shisato had the traditional brightly colored shade that most would think when they thought of the color blue. Watashi ni, Abarai Renji, Phantomu Redo. Red, Renji's shade was the same as Shisato's only for his respective color. He really played the part of red. Watashi ni Lelich 6 Britannia, Phantomu Zero. Lelich was the only one with the traditional Zero helmet in his cape, suit, and visor did not match in color like the others. Lelich's visor was blue, his Ryotsu concealing cloak was dark green and he was the only one wearing a standard Shiakusho, albeit with much less baggy pants. Wait, 6 Britannia? Rukia asked. Lamperouge Lelich is an assumed identity I created to hide my identity from those I believed would recognize me otherwise. The details are complicated and I don't feel like explaining it right now. Lelich stated. Rukia dropped the subject. You guys look awesome. Kyan stated with a grin. The costumes came out just as you designed, Lelich-sama. Nimue added bowing. This is quite the team you've put together. A female voice said as 2 more individuals, both of which were women, approached from behind. Naomi lit up like a 1,000-watt bulb when she saw said individuals. Glad you could make it. Lelich smiled at the newcomers. Come on, did you have any doubt I would show up? One of the newcomers held up a golden wristband. You and I are friends, the other newcomer held up a silver wristband, this is proof of that. Well, we're all in costume, you two do it too. Lelich stated. Both women nodded. The one with the silver wristband went first. Watashi Nefo and Shaolin, Phantom Ushiroba. Silver, the wristbands only reacted to the person's actual name, nicknames, as explained to So iPhone by the twisted shopkeeper himself, would result in being shocked into submission. The other woman went next. Yawatashi Eni, Shihoin Yoriyuki, Phantom Agorado. Gold. So iPhone Senpai. Yoriyuki-san. Naomi was bouncing up and down, ecstatic. So does it feel as ridiculous to wear that as it did last time? Lelich teased So iPhone. Of course not. So iPhone stated. This costume, designed by you, is proof of your determination. For Yoriyuki-sama's honor I will wear it with pride. That's very kind of you little bee, Yoriyuki chuckled. How does it fit? Lelich asked. I agree with what I heard Pink say earlier, you have a knack for fashion Lelich. Yoriyuki responded. Good, then we are all assembled. What do we do now? Susanna asked. I'm glad you asked Yellow, Lelich stated and was given looks. We'll have to refer to each other by code name when we're on the field anyway, we might as well start now. Everyone returned to looking relatively normal. Our first assignment is I have discovered a person of interest, a Tremere Retin. Wait, are we breaking into the Tremere Manor? Shihei asked. We are indeed, Viridian. Lelich responded. Your captain, Tsunkan Aim, is not only blind in the literal sense, but he is also blind to the truth. Many of you might recall the article of Howdison spoke of his fallen friend. Well, I have reason to believe that there are things he is not necessarily aware of. The Central 46 ruled temporary insanity on a Tremere Retin, who has long since turned in his Zanpakuto and spends his days sipping expensive water and reading the news and old-fashioned poetry. We are going to break in, and make the Tremeres talk. I thought we were going after Captain Eisen. Renji stated. Eisen is but one of many corrupted individuals in the Soul Society. Our objective encompasses all individuals who would dare to abuse their power. We shield the weak from the strong. However, before we can go about gaining the faith of those around us, we must first make a debut, and that means blasting whatever corruption is going on inside the Tremere household right out of the water. My fellow phantoms and comrades in arms, are you with me? We're with you. Susanna stated. Everyone seemed to agree with her statement. Then that settles it then. Phantom Unoja Judesu, move out. To be continued. Chapter 30, Lelich spreads chaos. Third-person POV. Lelich set his plans with the Phantom Unoja Judesu immediately. He started by having those who could cast Bakudo 26 upon themselves. Lelich cast it himself on those who lacked the proper skill, like Renji. Before leaving the underground base, Lelich explained the plan of attack to his comrades. He told Kyan, Nimue, and Kyokaku to go about everything as if it were normal. Their job, as the guardians of the Phantoms, was to keep watchful eye for unexpected developments and maintain the game club as though it were a normal organization. As a co-founder, Lelich was not obligated to show up at every meeting. He was sort of a background figure. As president though, Kyan was obligated. It was Kyokaku's house, so she had to be there to be a proper host for the sake of the Shiba's honor. As for Nimue, since Lelich would be missing a lot of meetings, she would have to take up the slack. One co-founder missing a lot of meetings was not unheard of, but both at the same time consistently? Now that looked suspicious. Lelich decided that today would be the debut of the Phantoms. Following this initial mission, he would only ask for the assistance of those members he required the direct help of. However, right now he needed everyone's help. Ryotsu's cloaked and visibility concealed, the Phantom Unojajutasu moved in on their location. Is everyone keen on the plan? Lelich had installed a special radio within the helmets of each team member so that they could communicate over long distances without a problem. Everyone heard and was prepared to carry out the plan. All right, let's do this. Things were normally rather quiet at the Tremere Manor. Today was no different. The koi splashed in the pond, the birds bathed in their bath, and petals fell from the trees in the gentle wind. In his own room, high up in the main building, a Tremere Retin was reading the newspaper. He was looking through the list of recently promoted recruits to the Godii, not the least of which was his own son, a Tremere Talbumasuk, 9th seed of the 5th Division. Talbumasuk was currently out in the world of the living on an assignment from his captain, but would be returning home later today. Lelich, of course, knew all of this. He had been planning this attack for 8 years now. Ever since that day when he learned of a Tremere Retin's connection to Kozumariko, he began his plan for the assault he would make on the Tremere Manor. Getting the floor plans was easy. Since the Tremeres were a noble house beneath the Kuchikis, it was a simple matter of visiting the manor and geasing one of the servants into getting the plans for him. Lelich figured Geese was safer since asking directly, even asking Byakuya, would leave verbal evidence. Lelich also observed the manor a few times using Bakudo 26 and his Ryotsu cloak to keep himself hidden, and just crouched on a roof while drawing sketches and observing behaviors. He was ready to invade this place. Lelich had considered going in guns hot on his own. Bakudo 26 and a Ryotsu cloak would have sufficed efficiently to get him far in and reach Retin, but that would only be efficient for getting in. Getting out would be another issue entirely. The place would be swamped, and Lelich was not a nimble escape artist by any means. After the vitality serum stopped working at a pretty horrible moment last time he used it, Lelich didn't want to take that kind of chance again, not to mention he didn't want to form a dependency on the thing. It would be like taking safe steroids. Something Lelich had suspected Suzaku to be on several times. Outside the Tremere Manor, the gate watchmen were talking to each other. So the young master comes home today, you know. One said. So I've heard. The other replied. I remember when Talbumasuk-san was barely 3 feet tall. I hear Lord and Lady Kukaki have considered marrying off Lady Rukia to Talbumasuk-san if he can surpass her in rank. The other man laughed. Retin-sama actually has the advantage now. Most of the other noble houses on our level have daughters of marital age. Do either of them even know about the potential arranged marriage? Does it matter? I suppose not. Oh, by the way. The guard was cut off as he and his buddy received well-planted spin kicks to the back of the head, knocking them both unconscious. Yuriuki and Soiphone, in their respective gold and silver outfits, appeared, and Yuriuki radioed Lelich. Front gate secure. Understood, Zero responded, red. Blue. You two know what to do. Right, Zero. We're on it. Phantoms Blue and Red responded respectively. Both rushed into the front gates as the guards began fleeing into the manor to protect the house head. Shisato and Renji leapt at the guards attempting to block entrance to the front gate. Unbeknownst to the inner front gate guards, most of the phantoms were scurrying along the high walls of the manor while Shisato and Renji took out the armed guardsmen with only their fists. 3 guards made their way at the blue-costumed fist fighter only for her to sock one of them in the gut, kick away the second one, and then spin on her left foot and bash the other one in the face. At the same time, Renji dodge rolled away from the first attacker and tackled the guard in front of him with his shoulder. He then turned while in a crouched position and leapt backwards to avoid being cut by the oncoming guard. Renji ran toward the poorly reflexed, well, poorly reflexed when compared to a 6th seat of a squad based on fighting, and walloped the guy in the face. Renji then drove his elbow into the guard coming up behind him. Renji and Shisato looked at the large door leading into the courtyard. So, what do we do? I don't think Hakuda is going to be enough to bust this thing down. was Zero thinking when he set us up for this job? Renji asked his partner. Red. Shisato said, knowing that she couldn't refer to Renji by his real name while in costume. Yeah. I want you to take about 5 steps back. Shisato stated. Renji did as he was instructed. What are you going to do? He asked. Something that I want you to not mention to the rest of the squad, okay? Shisato gave Renji a thumbs up. Wait? Huh? Renji scratched his head. Shisato spread her legs apart and tensed her biceps as she gathered energy. She drew back her hands, taking a stance that would make an anime nerd reminiscent of Goku about to unleash the Kamehameha. Blue, electrical energy gathered within Shisato's fists. Hado 73, Soren Sakasui. With massive power, Shisato brought her hands forward and unleashed the twin lotus blue flame. The blast created a gigantic hole in the door that damaged the stability of the structure, causing what remained to collapse. Duly noted. Renji replied. Kido was unspoken to be used by 11th Division members, but seeing as how not only Shisato was originally from Division 10, but also that she and Renji weren't exactly Division members at the moment, it was okay. It did well to cover up her identity. Renji knew that much. Shisato radioed for Lelouch. Area secured. Excellent. A voice stated, and Zero walked down through the now cleared gate area, in plain sight. Black, Orange, are you in position? Right here, Zero. Keshiba replied. Good. Lelouch walked into the courtyard where many of the clan guards headed him off. Hey, isn't that Zero, the wanted vigilante? The guards broke into murmurs. Yes, 'tis I, Zero. Bane of the corrupt. Seeker of the truth. I seek a meeting with your house head. If you would all kindly step aside, perhaps we can resolve this peacefully. Lelouch said, though he was hoping for confrontation. Don't count on it. Men, get him. The guard captain declared. Then you leave me no choice. Lelouch snapped his fingers, and from atop the gate's walls an orange and black costumed figure emerged. The black figure simply leaked out his spiritual power and paralyzed most of the guard. It was then a judo blow to the back of each guardsman's neck and they toppled right over. What, no blood? Lelouch asked. It's Retin you want, right? No reason to create unnecessary casualties, is there? Ishine asked. Humph, those who protect the corrupt deserve the same fate as their commander, such as war, but I digress. I haven't given you complete reason to trust me, so I will let it slide for now, but for future missions I prefer total annihilation of the enemy. Lelouch replied. Great, to Zero. Come in, Zero. Isane radioed to Lelouch. This is Zero. What's your position, Gray? Lelouch asked. The back gate is secure. Yellow, Pink and Violet are heading into position. Isane replied. Good. Don't forget the job you Viridian, Crystal, and Indigo have to do. Lelouch told Isane. Don't worry, sir, you can count on us. Isane responded. Right then. Green. White. Hard on my flank. Lelouch called. Hisuna and Rukia appeared at Lelouch's sides. Hisuna was on his left. Rukia was on his right. Follow me. Lelouch instructed. Both women followed him willingly to the next area. Lelouch exited the courtyard and entered the manor's front yard dojo. In front of him, Hisuna and Rukia, a Soul Reaper with black hair in the same style as Izuru's, only that his hair hung down over his other eye and he had brown eyes, stood in front of them. I am. Lelouch cut him off. Guardian of the Atremir house, Uchisaki Malik. What? Malik couldn't believe the intruder knew his name. I am the all-seeing and all-knowing. Information is my most potent weapon. Unfortunately, I don't have time to spend on you. Green. White. Lelouch held his arm out. Attack. While Lelouch left Hisuna and Rukia to deliver a beating so sound that he didn't want to stick around to watch, he proceeded onward towards the inner courtyard. As he walked out into it, all the guards were already taken out. From up high on the walls and battlements, Susanna, Rangiku, and Momo all gave them a signal of affirmation, indicating that they had done their job. Lelouch proceeded inside and up the stairs where he met up with Isane and Naomi. Rearguard disabled, sir. Naomi saluted. Indigo and Viridian are keeping watch from the other side of the manor. Good, let's keep moving. Lelich walked with his 2 remaining phantoms at his side until he reached the top floor. You 2 stay here and keep watch for more guards. Don't come inside unless you hear me ask for assistance. Yes, sir. Both women saluted. Lelich opened the door and walked right in. The room was pitch black and no light penetrated into the room. Lelich heard the rushing of feet when he heard the swinging of a sword. He caught the blade in between his fingers. I knew putting those metal plates in my gloves was a good additive. His eyes adjusted to the darkness. Redden had attacked Lelich with his fit arm with a regular sword. So, a Tremere Redden, at least we meet. 0. Never did I think the rebel vigilante would trespass on hallowed ground. You truly are a menace to the Soul Society, as the Central 46 declared you. Redden said. He had white hair in a ponytail that came down in front towards his eyebrows and was sporting a goatee. A rebel vigilante, is that what they're calling me? Lelich asked. Although his Hakuda skill was about average, it was still more than enough to overtake a crippled old man such as Redden. Lelich used Shunpo to get behind the elderly retiree and threw him over his shoulder into the wall. Redden lay on the ground too bruised to get up. I am no criminal. Urahara Kisuk was wronged and Sayuri Hisana, now known as Kukaki Hisana, was being preyed upon, so I stepped in. Also, who do you think was on hand when the Isles were exposed? You and the Shibas. You know far too much now, it seems. It would be a mistake to let you live, but first you have some information I need. Lelich stated. Then kill me and be done with it. Redden smirked with a manic grin. Why would I tell you anything? The eye slot in Lelich's helmet retracted, revealing his uncovered eye, the geese emblem shining in it. You don't have a choice. A Tremere Redden, I, 0, command you. You will tell me everything I want to know. Yes, Master 0. Redden droned. Good, now, let's start with the simplest question. Did you indeed kill your wife Kozu Mariko and weasel her family out of every penny they owned? Lelich asked. I did. Redden responded. Your son, Talbumasuk, is not Mariko's son, is he? Lelich asked. No, he is the son to my second wife, Kiskamit. Redden replied. What was the name of the Soul Reaper you killed before you struck down Mariko? Lelich inquired. I do not remember. Redden replied. What was the last thing you remember before finding Mariko dead? Lelich furrowed his brow. I was talking with Aizen Taiko, known then as Aizen Fukutaiko. He wanted me to help him with an experiment. He said he was working on a way to develop stronger Soul Reapers. I remember feeling less self-aware that day. Pieces of my memory are there, but they're fragmented. All I knew was that I was being given trial and Aizen stepped in to help me, saying I had been afflicted by temporary insanity. What evidence did he use to support his argument? Lelich questioned. He had some kind of vial in his hand. He said that someone spiked my sake with it. He said it was a vial of Hollow's blood. Redden answered. Aizen must have used his Zanpakuto to pull that one off. To gather a Hollow's blood is a daunting task. Not that he couldn't have gathered it himself, but he's not one to leave evidence behind. Kyoka Suijutsu would have made that quite easy. Lelich pondered to himself. That said, he definitely put Redden under some form of influence to kill his wife and subordinate. He was already experimenting with the Hogyaka that far back. Bastard. Tell me, Redden, how did you feel when Mariko died? Liberated. I felt as if a great weight had been taken off my shoulders. I had committed murder and Aizen got me off the hook. Redden answered. I am so killing this guy. Yay. Iin Tamashi was grinning at the prospect of Lelich committing murder. So you feel no regret for Mariko's pain? You feel no shame in robbing her family bankrupt? Did you do more filthy deeds at Aizen's side? I asked. I did, and I would do them more if I could, but my son has become quite taken with Aizen Taiko. Aizen has begun calling my son his apprentice. That man will change the world, Aizen. There is nothing you can do about it, 0. Redden gloated. I did ask for information. I didn't ask him to give me just the information. Lelich mused to himself. Did Aizen use you, just to get to Tsunkanaim? Tsunkanaim is an obstacle. As a blind man he is a threat to Aizen, for he cannot be affected by Kyoka Suijutsu. Redden replied. Are your men, is your house entirely loyal to Aizen? Lelich wanted to know. It is. The Tremere family is in total support for Aizen's revolution. Redden blabbed. What revolution? Lelich inquired. So Aizen does have his reasons. The plot thickens. Aizen is looking to enter the royal dimension. Redden responded. He that controls the throne in turn controls the realm. This was a line mentioned in a book Lelich had found in the archives. He had to geese the secretariat since it was in a section he could not gain access to and the book was in a cryptic language, but that was no problem to decipher for Lelich the mastermind. Indeed. Redden responded. So Aizen plans to replace the Soul King? Lelich questioned. That I do not know. He did not say what he planned to do once he entered the royal dimension. Redden responded. But there is only one king's key though, and its location is passed down orally from head captain to head captain. How would Aizen get his hands on it? Lelich interrogated. He plans to create a new one using 100,000 souls in a half-a-mile radius block of spirit-enriched energy, but to utilize such energy he requires an object capable of such feats. Redden answered. The Hogyaku. Lelich realized now why Aizen wanted it so badly. Okay. Listen to me carefully, Lelich. Lelich had spoken to Urahara about the Hogyaku during an inconspicuous second visit to the world of the living 2 months ago. The head captain wanted to see how Lelich functioned with Gentei Kaijo now that he was a vice captain, and so he was sent on a 1-month trial to the world of the living. It was during this trial that Lelich picked up the completed bands. Once he returned to the Soul Society he created his gaming club, and today he had formed his team. The Hogyaku is not just for breaking the bonds of Soul Reapers and Hollows. If mastered properly it will grant its bearer's deepest desire. But if it's so dangerous, why not just destroy it? Why let it sit there in a hidden vault in your basement? Hidden inside a Jigai? Lelich wanted to know. You don't think I've tried? It would take a force several times more than the head captain's Bankai to shatter the Hogyaku with brute strength, and even then the individual must wish with all their heart for the Hogyaku to be destroyed. No individual is that selfless. Not even me. Urahara's words rang in Lelich's head. And you think Aizen could master it? Lelich had asked. It would be dangerous to let him try. I don't know what he's up to, but it can't be anything good if he's researching hollowification and willing to frame me to do it. Be careful around him, Lelich. He is a dangerous man, and not just because he's intelligent or strong. Don't worry, I'm not about to let myself be cut down by him. You worry about your own problems and I'll deal with Aizen. Leave it to me. Ending his reminiscence, Lelich refocused back on Redden. Why did you ally yourself with Aizen? What did he promise you? Money? Power? Protection? Redden responded. He said if I cooperated with him that he would not destroy the Tremere household, but as I continued to work with him, I began to become more and more agreeing with him. That's his charisma for you. Spend 1 day working with him and you can begin to number your days on your free will. It's a miracle I have Momo as much on my side as I do. I'm still worried about her allegiance. I could geese her, but I want to try this trust thing and see where it leads. That's very risky. That's so unlike you. Not being trusting was my undoing last time. I will learn from my mistakes. I'll watch over Momo. Hopefully all of this, once explained, will settle her conflicts. If not, I'll see what I can do. Geese for a friend is a last resort. I already regret having to resort to it with Rangiku, but it was the only way. How interesting. So you are completely and openly supportive of Aizen? Lelich asked. Yes. Redden nodded. Then that's all I need to know. Lelich released his hold on Redden. He then radioed to his men. Do a purge of the manor. No one walks out of here alive. What? 0, are you insane? Ishin was not happy about that order. I have evidence that points to their being traitors of the Soul Society. Wipe the place clean. Lelich ordered. Zero, you can't be serious. Yuryuki responded. I've never been more serious in my life. If you don't feel like killing everyone, we can simply burn the manor to the ground. Lelich stated. Zero. Keshiba was appalled by this tactic. Leave my family out of this. Redden shouted. Lelich left the communication on, but talked to Redden rather than his soldiers. You're the one who just blabbed your allegiance to Aizen, and you know about who we are connected to. I must make sure our secret is kept safe. No one must take vengeance on your behalf. Hado 4, Byakurai. Lelich fired the Kido square into Redden's forehead, killing him. Must we really purge the place, Zero? Momo asked. Zero has given us an order, and by the Soul King we're carrying it out, Violet. Susanna said proudly. Yellow, that's a bit forward of you. Rangiku stated. I trust Zero's judgment. Susanna answered. I'm not hesitant to kill on his orders. Redden is a traitor to the Soul Society. We cannot afford to run the risk that his entire house will not act on his behalf. That is how the Soul Society would act, and it is how we must act in turn. Lelich responded. Zero's right, as much as I'm loath to admit it. Shihei responded. If this were an invasion of the Onmitsukido, they'd kill everyone, including the women and children. If you want to leave the family alive, but eliminate all servants, servicemen, and guardsmen. My orders are absolute. You all made a choice to join me. This is for justice. This is for the betterment of the Soul Society. Lelich declared. Very well, we'll purge. Shisato responded. Right, wipe them all out, everyone. So iPhone called. And with that the entire Tremere house was eliminated. Many of the memories of Lelich's brigade carried out their orders with heavy hearts and sorrowful blades, Susanna not among them. She was dedicated to Lelich. He could do no wrong in her eyes. Also, killing servants of nobles felt satisfying for the injustice she had been served for years, people calling her creepy, people neglecting her, treating her like a wild animal. Of all those with regret in their hearts, it was Momo who was the most troubled. With Tobiam's sealed form in hand, she apologized for every soul she struck down with her blade. Must we do this? She asked herself. She looked around as Rangiku, Susanna, and her other comrades put on brave faces as they carried out their orders. Kiskamot and Redden's two brothers and their families were left alive, but all the servicemen and guardsmen to the Tremere household were slain. Upon leaving the household, Lelich set the place ablaze with triggers he had set in place and left for 3 weeks, undetected, using Bakudo 26. Momo nearly dropped to her knees in horror. It was Izuru and Shihei who prevented her from collapsing. Back at base, Lelich restored his team's faith in him. He had spoken to Redden with a simple device in his pocket, a tape recorder which had the entire conversation between him and the now dead house leader on it. Lelich had carefully edited on the way over to cut out when he geased Redden to make it sound like Redden was a blabbermouth. Once his team heard the recording, they were more understanding, and much less doubtful, of Lelich. However, some of them still had some choice words for Lelich. It started with this Hein. Lelich, was it really necessary to burn the mansion to the ground? It is a symbol, a cleansing fire of purity. We also must let the Soul Society know that we are not to be trifled with. Our actions, though in their interest, will not be peaceful. Lelich noted. Setting the manor ablaze feels sort of extreme though, Shisato protested. I don't discredit the validity of that recording of yours, but aren't we just like Aizen to use such abhorrent tactics? We are not like Aizen. Lelich said with burning venom in his throat. Aizen is willing to frame, murder, and destroy coerce people. The Tremeres were traitors and were given a traitor's death. Burning the corpses was to give the fallen a death of honor. They were victims of a selfish man with ambitions to match, but not the power to see those ambitions bear fruit. Aizen acts in self-interest. He believes that the Soul Society must change completely for some reason, but that is not so. Okay, this is getting confusing. Why don't you just tell us what your aim is with changing the Soul Society? So iPhone inquired. An excellent inquiry, Silver. Lelich was still using code names, and one with a simple answer. I have spent most of my life asking why the strong must devour the weak. Hollows devour the Rukanga. The nobles devour the citizens as well. There is a system of power and it is run by the strong. It is true that not every Rukanga civilian can be protected and that hollows will always be a blight upon this realm, but we should not be using our power merely to protect ourselves. The Siriti has a gate for wartime, but what about those in the Rukanga? If there is rebellion, are we to discredit the innocent because they are not soldiers? If anything, it is the innocent who should be protected. We have our protection, we have our Zanpakuto. Today we even proved that we can become strong enough that, while they are essential to our growth as individuals and soul reapers, they are not essential for us to protect ourselves. We should use our power to protect ourselves and others. That is the soul society that I strive for. Why should it matter that a citizen from Zaraki is deemed less humane than a citizen from Junranan? People called Zaraki Kenpeki a barbarian, but ever since he took office the 11th Division has actually looked a lot better than when Kiganjo was in charge. The lazy bastard could barely keep the squad together. Hey, have some respect for the dead. Shisato got pissed. I give respect where respect is due, thank you. Lelich responded. Say, Zero, have you always been this dark? Rangiku questioned. She and even several others felt now that they hardly knew Lelich at all. They felt as if the Lelich they knew as vice captain of the 10th Division was merely a front to mask the amoral and darkly moral persona before them. I am as I act and I answer to no one. Lelich responded. My morals are my business. You all still have the option to quit if you feel you cannot trust me. No, we made a commitment. As it stands, we will stay with you. Keshiba said proudly. Mostly everyone seemed to be in agreement. Momo meanwhile, was having a panic attack. I should speak with her alone. All right, I'm going to dismiss the group for now. Your costumes can retract into your wristbands. At the next club meeting I'm going to mention that anyone with a wristband, plus Nimue, Kyan, and I, who are already important to the club, are committee members and that the committee meets in secret. But how do we leave without being noticed? Shisato asked. Gold and silver can help you all with that. However, Lelich looked at Momo. Violet, you stay, we need to talk. Momo, as she sat on her hands and knees, in trembling shock, merely nodded. Everyone retracted their costumes and Yoriyuki and iPhone coordinated an unsuspicious exit route. Before Lelich started his chat with Momo, Ishine put a hand on his shoulder. Hey, why do we need to go through any more trouble? The Central 46 would be rather interested in that tape of yours. Surely you know that my recording is fruit from the poisonous tree. Lelich responded. There's no doubt that what happened at the Atramirs will be investigated. That would have happened with or without the purge. As things stand, if I go presenting my evidence to the council they'll see me for what I am and I cannot have my back exposed to Aizen. They'll disregard my illegal evidence and I'd be in hot water for sure. Ishine was confused. But then why go through all the trouble to get that information? For our sake. It seemed kind of silly to the 10th Division captain. No, Lelich responded, it's true I needed it to dissuade you. He looked at Momo, most of you from feeling as if you couldn't trust me, but while the Central 46 has no need for my recording there is someone else who would be very interested indeed to hear what is on this tape. I really don't get it, Ishine said with a serious look, but I've known you long enough to know when to not question the methods to your madness. He turned to go. I'll see you around. By the way, if you go running off in the morning like today again, I will write you up. Maybe you should. It would make things more convincing. Lelich joked. He couldn't see the smirk on Ishine's face with his back turned, but he knew it was there. As his captain left, Lelich knelt down next to Momo. He started by getting her out of her tight-fitting costume so they could talk as individuals rather than teammates. I can't, I don't. Momo was trembling. Her eyes were diluted from what she had just had to go through. So many people dead and by her hand and the hands of those she knew. That wasn't me. There was no way that could have been me, Rangiku-san, Susanna-san, Lamperouge-sensei, Aizen Teiko, I don't understand anything anymore. Momo. Lelich's calling of her name got the weary officer to turn in his direction. Lelich could see the horror and panic reflected in her face. He sighed, realizing almost all of this was his fault. The portions that weren't were due to Aizen's poisoning of Momo's mind. I know you don't want to believe any of this. I talk from experience when I tell you that things are never the same once you realize the world you live in is full of lies, deceit, hatred, and more lies, but there are a few things you can do. Lelich narrowed his gaze and spoke seriously. Your first option is you can put yourself in a state of utter denial. You can go about your life and pretend as if none of what's going on around you exists. Your second option is you can become broken and fall into despair. Your third option is you can harden yourself, like I did, and grow to hate the world, only joining in with those who will come to your aid, despite the fact that you seek none and expect none in return. I am lucky to have you all, but most of the time I feel unworthy. Momo looked like she wanted to throw up, but she nodded, understanding what Lelich was trying to say. She was desperately hoping there was a fourth, kinder option. She didn't want to change. Her illusion was shattered now, there was no repairing it. Your last option is to share that pain with someone else, also hurt and had their naivete shattered. I did not have this option open to me, but you do. Lelich extended a friendly smile and hand to Momo. Let me be your guide. If you want to release what's building up inside you, Lelich looked serious for a moment, and trust me, I know what's going on in there, he returned to smiling, I will be your aid, Momo. If you give me your hand and your soul, I will preserve as much of what makes you as I can. Momo nodded and then collapsed into Lelich's arms. She began to sob, letting out so much emotion, self-hatred, and at one point she even turned around and actually did throw up. Lelich soothed her, comforting her. He told her things were going to be okay and that he would always be around to guide her if she felt lost. Momo eventually stopped crying and smiled, feeling content, safe and welcomed as Lelich held her. He cared so much about her. She was so innocent and sweet, much like Nunnally had been. All it ever seemed Momo wanted to do was smile, be carefree, and pet puppies, and Lelich realized what he had done to her by nearly forcing this on her. He apologized profusely for his actions having this effect on her, but eventually Momo began to tell him, it's not your fault, I'm okay now, and, you did what you thought was right. After both had their little moment they got to their feet. Are you going to be alright now? Lelich asked. I will. Momo nodded with strong eyes. I'm on your side, Lamperouge-sensei, you have my loyalty. She smiled at Lelich with a warm, happy smile. I'm glad you asked me to join you. She went over to Lelich, stood on her tiptoes, pecked him on the cheek and ran off giggling like a little schoolgirl. Bye, sensei. She waved. Lelich stood there and held his hand to his cheek before smiling with his arms folded. Good, she's on my side. He then noticed Ryotsu coming up from behind him. And, what do you two plan to do? If the Godai catches you here, you don't need to worry about us. We'll be fine here. Yuriyuki said with a hand on her hip. By the way, about your family, Yuriyuki. Lelich began, but So iPhone stopped him. That's a past chapter of Yuriyuki-sama's life. So iPhone declared. So iPhone's right, Yuriyuki added, I knew what I was getting into the moment I went after Kisuke that night. Don't feel as if you're responsible. But So iPhone, what about you? If Yuriyuki is a traitor, why do you still follow her? Lelich asked. I never swore an oath of fealty to the Shihoan family. My loyalty is to Yuriyuki-sama no matter what she may do or where she may go. I am her. So iPhone's my partner. Yuriyuki said extremely casually. So iPhone turned so red it made Itamato look pale in comparison. She was also trembling slightly. Lelich thought the former executive commander might pass out. Yuriyuki was not oblivious to this. You know, like an equal. You're no longer under me. We work together. Lelich tried hard not to laugh. Yuriyuki was such a tease. So iPhone's blush nearly disappeared, but her cheeks were still colored. She pretended to cough and clear her throat. Why yes, alright, we work together. Even though she said that, So iPhone would have been perfectly alright with Yuriyuki considering her another type of partner. Right, well, I need to go, is Hinteiko isn't going to wait for me to get back to work forever. Lelouch stated. We'll be here when you need us. Yuriuki smiled. Lelouch nodded and then took off. Once he was gone, Yuriuki stretched extensively. So iPhone, do you want to see if the hot springs are still working? Ah, sure. So iPhone followed her partner to where the hot springs were. They were exactly as they left them, working properly. I could go for a nice dip right about now. How about you, little bee? Yuriuki asked. So iPhone didn't know what to think. Was her Yuriuki-sama suggesting going bathing, naked, together? The Petit Soul Reaper's heart started pounding a mile a minute. By the time she became conscious of her surroundings, Yuriuki was already stripped naked and undoing the ribbon and ties in her hair. So iPhone, seeing this, ran behind a rock. Why, Yuriuki-sama? What are you doing? She craned her head from around the rock before hiding behind it again. How am I supposed to take a dip if I don't get undressed? She asked. Why, you could have waited until I wasn't looking. So iPhone tensed. Yuriuki simply sighed. Alright, if you're going to be like that, you can wait there until I'm done. Yuriuki said and got in the water and leaned up against a rock. There's nothing like a good hot spring after some good old-fashioned exercise. Yuriuki considered the march from here to the Atramirs, kicking some guards in the head and then later eliminating a few, as per Lelouch's orders, before returning here exercise by her standards. She was still slightly regretting killing the few that she felled with her own hands. Lelouch did have valid reasoning as she figured, but she wasn't so sure that she wanted to adhere to violent bloodshed as he was orchestrating. That was certainly a defining difference between Lelouch and Kisuke, Yuriuki figured. The old shopkeeper would have been merciful, perhaps tried and persuade the Atramirs to the other side, but Lelouch preferred elimination of the threat before it even began. Why, Yuriuki-sama? Yuriuki heard So iPhone call from the rock she was sitting behind. What is it, So iPhone? Yuriuki wanted to know. I just wanted to say that, I'm here because I want to be. Not because I feel obligated to follow you or anything. I like being with you and you promised me, that, we would always be together. So iPhone said. Although Yuriuki could hear So iPhone perfectly fine, she decided to tease the raven-haired woman. What's that, little bee? I can't hear you from behind that rock and I think I have water in my ears. So iPhone froze. If she came back out from behind this rock she wouldn't be able to control herself. Yuriuki being undressed was one thing, but now she was bathing and she was undoubtedly steaming with water from the hot spring. Swallowing, So iPhone got up and got out from behind the rock, eyes closed. What I said was. Yuriuki cut her off. So iPhone, I don't care if you look. In fact, I'd really like it if you came in with me actually. So iPhone's eyes flung open and she nearly collapsed in shock. Soak in a hot spring with Yuriuki-sama? The very prospect was something So iPhone had envisioned so many times over in her head. With her eyes opened now she saw Yuriuki, in the nude, in the water and angled at a position to expose her chest in full view of the wide-eyed former executive militia commander. So iPhone's breathing became panicked. Her heartbeat was in her head. If one more thing happened she'd tear off her clothes and go diving at her idol. She didn't know what to do. You know, you really ought to be less indecisive. A voice in her head antagonized her. But. So iPhone sputtered in her head. Don't make me materialize and push you into the spring myself, Shaolin. Suzumibuki often called So iPhone by her actual name whenever she was particularly annoyed with her. So iPhone swallowed again as if she was trying to get down a stubborn cold tablet. Her body started moving on its own as she removed her vest and her sleeveless shirt. She got to her bra, despite the fact that she almost didn't need one considering her cup size, and stopped. Yuriuki was staring right at her. What? Don't mind me. Yuriuki turned her head to the side. Gah. You are so aggravating. Take it off already. This is what you want, isn't it? Geez, you piss me off so much sometimes. Suzumibuki yelled at her wielder. Without hesitation, so as to minimize the awkwardness, so iPhone tore off the rest of her clothes and dove right into the water. She slunk down so that the only part of her body that wasn't submerged was everything from her nose up. This hit her blushing cheeks well. "What's the matter, little bee? Why are you being so distant?" Yuriyuki pretended to be hurt. "I thought you would want to take a soak in the hot spring with me, but instead you're putting up so much resistance." So iPhone poked her head up so she could speak. No, that's because I thought you liked me, so iPhone," Yuriyuki teased. I do like you, Yuriyuki-sama, that. So iPhone's brain was about as close to cracking as a raw egg dropped out of a two-story window with a one-way destination to a concrete ground. Yuriyuki rose up out of the water, exposing her entire body except for the parts of her legs beneath her kneecaps. The metaphorical egg hit the ground. So iPhone lost control. As if she were a tiger pouncing on its unsuspecting lunch, she dove at Yuriyuki, hormones flaring, and landed against her arms wrapped tightly around her, head smothered right into her idol's large bosoms and nuzzling into them. "Why are you teasing me?" So iPhone was starting to cry. I'm so ashamed right now. I want to protect you, Yuriyuki-sama, but the one you need protecting from is me. There are so many things I want to do to you that I shouldn't, and I know that, but I want to do them anyway. Yuriyuki just laughed and with a warm smile cupped the side of So iPhone's face and wiped away the tears from her cheek. "Don't cry, little bee. It's okay. You don't have to worry about what's right or wrong anymore. You're not an officer of the GOTI anymore. Our world is just you and me. You're old enough and mature enough to make your own decisions. But, such things are. Do you think you're the only one?" Yuriyuki asked. So iPhone looked amazed. She wants to, So iPhone swallowed, do it too? "You've grown up so much, my little bee." Yuriyuki moved her thumb down the side of So iPhone's face, causing her mouth to open slightly. She wrapped her arm around So iPhone's neck and planted her lips against hers. So iPhone was overcome with emotion. Her idol was doing to her what So iPhone had dreamed of for years. So iPhone moved her arms up Yuriyuki's back and kissed back. She was so happy. Her body tingled with ecstasy. Yuriyuki looked at So iPhone again and stroked her hair. "Shall we?" the ebony-skinned woman asked her petty partner. So iPhone merely nodded. The two women continued to act in a manner that a Brightonian society would begin flagging as completely inappropriate. The situation continued to escalate, with the steam of the hot spring increasing in density and size, making it hard for anyone who would be trying to peep to be able to tell exactly what was going on. Squeals and moans of hormonal pleasure, as well as splashing, could be heard throughout the cavern as emotions and estrogen ran amok in the hot springs. Yuriyuki more or less dominated the much less sexually confident So iPhone, but So iPhone got a few chances to turn the tide. When things finally ended, So iPhone found herself where she began, arms wrapped around Yuriyuki with her head against her breasts. After the two women got out of the hot spring, dried off and redressed, they both went out above the cavern and sat under a tree with a perfect view of the moon and stars. So iPhone lay against Yuriyuki with a smile on her face as the older woman used her arms to encompass So iPhone's narrow, but built-up frame. "Will we always be together like this, Yuriyuki-sama?" So iPhone asked. "I promised you, didn't I?" Yuriyuki asked, stroking So iPhone gently. "We will always be together, and, if you'd like, more of what happened in the hot springs can happen too." She was laughing a little at the mention of what happened back there. "I'd like that." So iPhone said softly as she snuggled deeper into her mentor's embrace. After a few minutes she fell asleep. Yuriyuki smiled down at her and then looked up at the moon. "You're not a child anymore, bee," she said, purposely dropping the little portion. She continued to stroke So iPhone as if she were a domestic animal as she spoke. "You don't have to work so hard for me all the time. We'll protect each other. We'll be a dynamic duo, just the two of us." She looked up at the moon and smiled. "Lelich, one of these days I'll have to thank you. If you hadn't told me about Kisuk or busted me out of the Central 46 chambers," she looked down at So iPhone, "I might have lost the valuable companionship of a very important person." There was a mumbling noise, which Yoriyuki noticed that So-iPhone was talking in her sleep. Yoriyuki perked up her ears to see if she could pick up what So-iPhone was saying. Yoriyuki-sama. How cute, she's dreaming about me. Yoriyuki laughed to herself. Ash, are you, yeah, sama. Parts of what So-iPhone had said were lost in her incoherent mumbling, but Yoriyuki was able to fill in the blanks. She smiled down at her loyal companion and spoke even though she knew she couldn't hear her. Ashiteru mo, So-iPhone. Ashiteru mo. The next day. That morning, the CRITI Communications Office received a rather unexpected guest. Ah, good morning Lamperouge Fukotaiko. The Soul Reaper who answered the door bowed. I'm looking for Shihei, is he here yet? As always, Lelich was very informal with those of his rank or lower. He reserved honorifics for those he either respected, were very unfamiliar with, or above his rank. He also only added the Teiko portion to Aizen Teiko when he referred to him professionally. When alone, or with someone like Hisuna or Kyukaku who understood his situation, and now anyone in the Phantom no Jujutsu, he would simply call the man by his surname. He was also visiting the communications office rather early in the day. He knew Shihei was a diligent worker, but he didn't know if that meant he was an early riser. Despite the fact that Soul Reapers did not require as much sleep as living beings did, Lelich always made sure he was wide awake and alert. This meant getting to bed at a decent hour so that he could wake up early in the day so he didn't feel like an upper-middle-class citizen before having their morning coffee. I believe the Fukotaiko is here. I believe he is in the back at the copy machine. The Soul Reaper replied. Thank you. Lelich strode to the back of the office and went into the small room marked copier. Shihei was inside hunched over a copier and watching his copy after copy ejected from the machine. Lelich knocked on the side of the open door to get Shihei's attention. Oh, Lamperouge Fukotaiko, good day to you. Shihei bowed to him. Is there something I can help you with? There is, Lelich said. Is your captain in his office? There's something I want to talk to him about. I believe so. Do you need help getting there? Lelich asked. Lelich's smile indicated that he was definitely up to something. Well, if he's busy, I was hoping you could ask if I could please speak with him. I don't want to go barging in on a captain's office unannounced. Lelich winked. Shihei believed he realized what was going on. Wait, so he's Lelich put a finger up to his lips to signal to Shihei not to speak. Shihei merely closed his injured eye and held up an OK signal to Lelich. Shihei led Lelich to his captain's office and spoke with Tyson before saying that Lelich could go see him. Lelich walked inside and shut the door behind him. He looked around the room for any sort of tracking receiver that could allow his discussion with Tyson to get back to Aizen in any way, shape or form. Unable to detect anything of the sort, he sighed and thought to himself for a moment. I'll have to mince words until I am certain that Aizen won't hear anything. This is dangerous. I can't use geese if I run into trouble. Tyson Teiko is a very powerful wild card. He is impervious to the most powerful trump card Aizen and I have at our disposal. I'm so glad I had Nemu alter the frequency of the tape so that it couldn't be picked up by any sort of receiver, but could still be picked up by human ears. I never thought you'd come to see me. I don't recall needing any paperwork from you or your division. May I ask for the nature of your visit, Lamperouge Lelich? Tyson asked him. Before I answer that question, is there any way, shape or form that someone could be listening in on our conversation? I don't like anyone eavesdropping on matters of a rather private nature. Lelich inquired. I'll have to rely solely on that method I read up on that explains how to tell if a person is telling the truth or not by the slight movements in their facial muscles. I'm insulted that you would ask such a question. A captain's quarters are a sacred chamber of which eavesdropping a conversation with the door closed is a great offense, not one punishable by law mind you, but an offense nonetheless. Tyson answered. My visit is no doubt unexpected. He wouldn't have taken any precautions on Aizen's behalf to keep his face relaxed, but there's no chance that Aizen might have taken advantage of Tyson Teiko's lack of sight. When was the last time you had your office inspected? Lelich inquired. Tyson Teiko sighed. Hisagi inspects my office himself. He does a check every morning. He says he looks for things that I cannot find without eyes. Shihei's judgment is sound and he's very thorough. That was one of the cleanest newspaper offices I've seen. Lelich sighed. This better not come back to bite me. He approached Tissan's desk. My reason is this. He put the tape recorder on Tissan's desk. Tissan put a hand over it and used his sense of touch to determine what it was. A tape recorder. Yes. I want you to listen to what's recorded on the tape here. See if you recognize the voice. Lelich had edited the tape to remove the part when a Tremere referred to him as Zero. The quality tape was still smooth and crisp. Even to a blind man it would not seem as if any editing had been done. I see. Tissan was not unaware of Aizen's Zanpakuto's true ability. Aizen told it to those who had sworn loyalty to him. Tissan remembered how Aizen had talked him into revenge after Mariko died. He had no idea that the man was involved in any way, shape or form. He did not know that Aizen had intervened and by all the means used him as a means to further his ambitions. So it is not the fault of the Soul Society after all. I have been deceived. I have been blind to true justice. Tell me, Lelich, how did you obtain this audio? I have men down in the communications offices right now doing research on the fire at the Tremere household, which was only yesterday. You are a man of justice and you waste zero time when you have a sense of urgency. You wiped out the Tremeres, didn't you? But you were not alone, were you? Such an operation could have only been performed by a coordinated team. You are wise to think so, but I will not reveal my hand just yet. Lelich put his tape recorder away. Now that you know the truth, what are you going to do about it? Will you continue to follow the man who deceived you in order to gain your loyalty? You put me in a difficult position. To walk out of that man's grip is dangerous, I know. It's a one-way allegiance. However, it can work to my advantage depending on where this discussion goes. Lelich smirked. Just what are you insinuating? Tissan questioned. Tissan Teiko, surely you know of Zero, do you not? Lelich asked. Tissan seemed to smile when he heard the mention of Zero. Ah, Zero, now that is an individual that is a true champion of justice, though many would disagree. You have some connection to him, don't you? Just how much is that answer worth to you? And just how do I know that I can trust you? I know the risks I'm taking by talking to you, and deception is an underhanded trick. I am merely a pawn in a very large chess game, a pawn that you seem to have taken interest in. Tissan replied. Rest assured, this conversation shall not leave this room. You have exposed to me the truth, but if my word is not enough, allow my actions to speak for me. If I believe this to be going where I think it might be going, then the path of true justice lies with you, Lamproche Lelich. Very well, do not make me regret my decision. Lelich said and then left the 9th Division Captain's office. 1 week later. Sokioka Hill. Evening. Atop the hallowed ground, Lelich stood as he looked over the Siriti. The night air blew in his face as he played out the events that were to take place in his head one more time. He heard footsteps coming up from behind him and turned to see Ishine and Rangiku. So we're really doing this? Ishine asked. If you want to back out, now would be the time to do so. Once tonight is over, you will be locked into the Phantom Unoja Jutsu. Lelich spoke. I wouldn't be here if I was going to back out. It's you that I'm worried about, to be honest. Ishine told him. Your concern is touching, but otherwise misplaced. Lelich responded. More footsteps approached from behind and several presences made their stance on top of the high-rising cliff. One by one the members of the Phantom Unoja Jutsu arrived on the hill. So do we start now? Shisato asked. Almost. Lelich stated. He looked at his watch. It's not yet time. And also we're missing a very special guest. What do you mean, aren't we all here and accounted for? Shihei asked. No, we're waiting for one last person. Lelich responded. Are you sure this is safe? Renji asked. I mean, what if we're caught? If you're that concerned about it, you can bail. Lelich said bluntly. Do not fret though. There is no curfew in the Godai. I myself spotted Kiraku Teiko and Otamaka Fukutaiko skulking about the streets. There's absolutely nothing wrong with seated officers and vice captains out for a midnight stroll. Indeed. A voice of which no one except Lelich expected to hear agreed. Tissan Teiko. Shihei looked out towards his captain. What are you doing here? Tissen Taiko is on our side now. Lelich announced with a smirk. That is why you are here, is it not? It is as you say. Tissen replied. True justice lies with you and my path is clear. Good to hear. Lelich said and pulled something out of his pocket. Catch. He tossed Tissen a wristband. You remember me telling you via Hell Butterfly how it works? I do. Tissen responded. Lelich looked back at his watch. It's just about time. Places everyone. Lelich declared. Lelich knew what was about to happen. Within moments he could give the cue to his team to transform and then the Siridi's gate's walls would fall. Meanwhile, Lelich had geased no less than 320 Soul Reapers and also the Gate Guardians. It was complete random selection with regards to division number and rank. Their instructions were all the same. They would all go out to a specific Rukanga sector at a specific location at a specific time where Lelich had hidden an apparatus that would project his and his team's image across the entire Soul Society. Everyone in Rukanga would hear his declaration. The apparatuses would carry his voice to the four corners of the Soul Society and his image would be projected on the surface of the barrier that encompassed the Siridi. After the events the apparatuses would malfunction and internally combust before dissolving into bits of Reishi. Lelich was not afraid of being found out. He had given instructions for those he geased to forget having seen him and he geased all witnesses. Knowing the Godai, they would consider geese the power of Zero's Zanpakuto, the power to compel anyone to do his bidding. He geased the Gate Guardians to ignore the sight of any Soul Reapers going in and out of the Siridi at night. No one would know about the execution of his plan until he was ready to unveil it. Nimue was prepared to drop the gates at the precise time Lelich had instructed her, and Kyokaku, Kyan, and their little brother Ganja were each waiting a specific point in the Siridi so that Lelich and the others could escape into the Rukanga with the gate still up. Each member of Lelich's team had received their instructions via Hell Butterfly only hours ago. If they were discovered or attacked atop Sokioku Hill, the group would spread out and escape into the Rukanga until everyone reported to be at a safe location to switch out of their costume. Nimue was instructed to wait on Lelich's orders to retract the gate. Everyone was also instructed to incapacitate or kill any pursuers. Lelich was hopeful that such tactics would not be necessary, but one could not be sure. It was always good to have an escape route just for such an occasion. It's just about time. Lelich looked at his watch. Phantomu no Jajudesu. Kesugo Suru. Tissen had been asked to go first. Lelich said that for the newcomers to go first was traditional. Watashi wa Tissen can name, Phantomu Baron. Tissen's outfit nearly matched the color of his skin. His blindness made it impossible for him to tell what he looked like, but he could easily tell he was wearing leather. The rest of the team followed after Tissen, one right after the other. Watashi Wafo and Shaolin, Phantomu Shiroba. Watashi wa Shihoin Yoriyuki, Phantomu Gorido. Watashi wa Kukaki Hisana, Phantomu Gurin. Watashi wa Kukaki Rukia, Phantomu Hawato. Watashi wa Libra Naomi, Phantomu Kurasutaru. Watashi wa Katetsu Isane, Phantomu Gur. Watashi wa Hinamori Momo, Phantomu Byareto. Watashi wa Shapani Susanna, Phantomu Iro. Watashi wa Keshabarayu, Phantomu Oranju. Watashi wa Hisagi Shihei, Phantomu Birajian. Watashi wa Kurosaki Ishine, Phantomu Buraku. Watashi wa Matsumoto Rangiku, Phantomu Pinku. Watashi wa Aloman Shisato, Phantomu Buru. Watashi wa Abarai Renji, Phantomu Redo. Lelich took the finale. Watashi wa Lelich 6 Britannia, Phantomu 0. With the team formed together, Lelich looked at his watch. It's time. He snapped his fingers, undoing the Bakudo 26 spells he had cast on his apparatus all around the Soul Society. 0, to G2. Drop the gate. Lelich radioed to Nimue. Hi, I understand. Nimue responded and did as she was told. Kyan, Nimue, and Kyokaku each had the code names G1, G2, and G3 respectively. The G stood for Guardian. The gates dropped and Lelich turned towards Tissen. Brown, the Tentiakura, if you would. Hi, 0. Tisan acknowledged. Bakudo 77, Tentiakura. Tisan activated the proper Bakudo so that Lelouch could begin his speech, but first Lelouch tossed out a small device into the air that captured the image of him and his team and would project their image globally to the far reaches of the Siridi. Behind their visors the other phantoms were surprised to see their images projected along the Siridi's glass dome. This is a message to the entire Soul Society. Lelouch began his speech. Gaze upon my visage and hear me well. Some of you know who I am already, but for those who don't, listen up. I am Zero. Master of Miracles. Yamamoto, who had been in his office at this time, immediately stood outside it on his balcony. Sasakaibe shunpoed to his captain's location. Sir, shall I call for forces to be deployed? No, hold off. Yamamoto stated. While the Suteiko wanted nothing more than Zero's capture for his 2 crimes, he was eager to see what Zero's intentions were. He knew that this speech would reveal what Zero was up to. Many of the other captains, upon hearing Zero's thundering voice, exited their rooms and looked outside to see the projection of Zero's image across the Siridi. Much like Yamamoto, each one was interested in seeing what Zero had to say. So you finally make your presence known to the world, Zero. Aizen smiled as he looked at Siridi's dome to watch and hear Zero's speech. Many of you are probably wondering about the fire that took place a little over a week ago at the Tremere Manor. I say, with absolute pride, that all of that was my doing. I invaded the Tremeres and attacked them, and I would do it again if I had the choice. They were corrupted individuals, and as such I brought upon them my divine justice. My team, the Phantom Unoja Jutsu, and I will not tolerate corruption in the Soul Society, and especially corruption that the Soul Society cannot see. Let it be known that my followers and I seek not revolution, but alteration. The Godei turns a blind eye to the goings-on in the Rukanga and the nobility so long as it does not affect the system's function. I'm afraid I cannot allow such things to occur. Zero thrust his cape out to one side. I will eliminate corruption from the far reaches of the Soul Society. My organization will turn it into the paradise we make it out to be for the poor, unfortunate souls that we bring here. We are protectors of the weak and the bane of the strong. However, we are not against all of those with power. Those with power that use it to benefit the weak are not our enemies. It is the strong that abuse the weak for their own selfish purposes that are targets. We will apprehend lawbreakers, criminals, and above all deceivers and liars. I myself was after the recently deceased Hashima Treva, but I watched from the shadows when 2 others with a burning desire for revenge unleashed their divine fury upon him. I believe that those with a want for revenge should be allowed to have it. Many of you might consider my actions terrorism and my existence frightening, but I am not any of those things. I am a friend to the poor, an enemy to the pampered. Although my word is hardly enough, I will prove it. Watching the events unfold, Yukatake walked up alongside Shunsui. What do you make of all this? He asked his longtime friend. Well, this Zero character sure sounds like he's got the bite to back up his bark, I'll say that much. Shunsui stated. How can you tell that just from his words? Yukatake asked. When you boast or make threats you can't dish out, there is always a hint of fear in your voice. You can't win with brute strength, so you're trying to intimidate the opponent. However, I hear not even a hint of fear in Zero's words. Shunsui replied. Should we do something? Yukatake asked. Only if we're asked. For now I say we watch this unfold and see where it goes. Shunsui replied. He knew that Zero's intention was to create chaos. He felt it was best to delay that bomb from detonating for as long as possible. Lelouch continued his speech. From the darkness we emerge, and into the shadows we shall disappear. We appear only when necessary. Our existence is only slightly more than a mere illusion. We exist, but to find us would be the same as trying to capture the moon's reflection upon the water. We are like mice churning butter until it becomes cream. We will not sink and watch as innocent lives are lost to selfishness and corruption. We shall fight for the sake of those who are too weak or unwilling to fight for themselves. And we shall fight against those who would take advantage of such people. We want nothing in return, no money, no material items. If you are ailing, then call upon us. We will be there to help you. For we are the Phantom Unoja Jutsu. His speech concluded, Lelich shut off his little technological device whizzing and whirring in front of him as it dissolved into bits of reishi. In the many different Rukonga sectors all of the machines were malfunctioning and dissolving. All clear. Lelich radioed Nemu and she retracted the gates. We're good. Lelich spoke to his team. Everyone retracted their outfits back into their wristbands. That's it? How boring. I was hoping we'd get some crazy Soul Reapers chasing after us. Yuryuki joked. Don't make jokes, next thing you know that'll actually happen while we're all standing here. Hisuna stated. We shouldn't stay here long. Lelich ordered. Everyone spread out and blend in with the nightly atmosphere. Understood. A good portion of Lelich's teammates stated and headed off. Excellent job on the speech, by the way. Susanna said, before she left. Right now the only people on the hill were Lelich, Rangiku, Ishine, Shihei, Keshiba, Momo and Tissen. You guys have something you want to say? Lelich wanted to know. I have a question. Tissen spoke up. What happens now? Now, we go about things as if they were normal. We will assemble again soon and we will make ourselves allies to the Rukonga civilians. Lelich responded. Shihei, as long as you're here, I have an important instruction for you. Sure. What is it? Shihei wanted to know. I want to see articles in the paper about our organization. You're the journalist, so I'll leave the details up to you, but we must be publicized. Lelich stated. You got it. Shihei gave Lelich a thumbs up and then left with his captain. So this is how it feels to stand on the tightrope between being a criminal and being a rule-driven law-abider. Keshiba asked rhetorically. It's not such a bad feeling actually, especially since we have such a competent leader. He then left. Ishine stretched. I'm go head to bed. I've been wide awake for the last 52 hours. I could use some sleep. Have a pleasant night. Lelich said to his captain. He then looked at Momo and Rangiku. Rangiku spoke first. I just want to say that if you weren't the one in charge, I don't know if I'd be doing this. I know I shouldn't be having doubts. I made my decision, and you are my superior officer. Rangiku was the third seat of her and Lelich's division. However, I just want you to know that I'm doing this for you and you alone. I trust you and you are my friend. She smiled. I'm glad you have such faith in me to fight at your side like this. This isn't a secret you tell to just anyone. Rangiku winked and then headed off, leaving Momo with Lelich. Are you also having doubts? Lelich asked. Momo shook her head. No. She said with strong determined eyes. I've made up my mind. I will fight with you, sensei. I was naive and you showed me the truth. You can count on me to be loyal to you to the very end. Lelich was very content with the successful hardening of Momo's personality. She had overcome the truth he had presented to her and become self-sufficient and strong-willed. What could have been his weakest link had turned into one of his most loyal and dedicated followers. He knew from her declaration and expression that Momo was eternally his ally. That's good to hear. Lelich told her and pat her head. You should get along back to your division. You can't have your captain worrying about you. What should I do with regards to that? Momo asked. Play him. Lelich responded. He wants you to dance and swoon in the palm of his hand. Make him believe that you are, be convincing. Do not fight the river, paddle along with it, but keep your boat along the proper shoreline. I understand. Momo stated. She smiled and headed off. I'll see you later, sensei. Lelich turned around and looked out over the nightly view of the Siriti. I wasn't interrupted, and that can only mean that the head captain was interested to hear what I had to say if he didn't make any motion to stop me. I wonder how we will be received. I expected to be attacked once I declared my involvement in taking down the Atramirs. So what will the Great Zero do now? Iin Tamashi wanted to know. For now he's going to stay out of sight until I can get a good feel on our reception. After that, I'll move accordingly. Lelich responded. Things are certainly looking up for you, aren't they? Iin Tamashi asked. Lelich smiled, realizing how things were starting to go his way for the longest time lately. Yes, yes they are indeed. Lelouch said. He then leapt off Sokioku Hill and shunpoed through the night air back to his division. End of chapter 30. Check the description for the links to the author.